The Out There channel.
Finally.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo, finally we're up and running. So many little changes I had to do because of code changes today, so almost half an hour late. But we got there. Hey, Michael King's with us. How's it going, mate? Yeah, it's a fairly cool day at the moment because it's raining, but it won't stay that way though. It's a little shower, as they call it. So yeah, I think we're all up and running. Just type up the title, see how that goes. I had a bit of trouble with Rumble. It looks like they limited this title size. I have to figure that one out. Something screwy was going on there. I had to shrink it down to this. For Rumble to work. 100 characters or less. I thought it worked last week okay though. Maybe I edited it. And I better type up. Yeah, I don't think you're around. I didn't see you on Discord there, Michael. This time we won't allow Gabba on with all the hassle that he's been doing on Twitter, but I'll talk about that in a minute. Anyway, I got some interesting stuff to go over. Looks like I got an email from Robert. He may cancel Sunday's show. But I can always got backup plans anyway when people aren't feeling well. I suppose he's not well enough still. Yeah, not much you can do about that though. Okay, we need to pin that comment. Oh, I've had terrible neck pain. It's still pretty bad today. Pin message. It worked. Just reinstalled whole OS, so I need to install Discord again. Okay. That's pretty serious when you have to reinstall OS from the start. I do mine normally from a backup, but I haven't tried the Windows whole system backup, image backup. I heard that it doesn't always work too well. Being Microsoft or Microsoft, I'm not surprised. Because Dad's computer went down in the week, and I spent a day fixing it. I basically had to pull it all to bits to find out it was a dead video card. The HP Pavilion, or whatever it's called, detects a short on the power lines, and it cuts the power off before it even gets to the BIOS level. So you got no post. So that means any capacitor short on the motherboard or capacitor on the video card in this case. It's over 15 years old now. So yes, it's doing pretty well. But it's got new solid state drives in it that I bought him, and external one for backup, because he's always corrupting it somehow. So yeah, that was fun. So I said, oh yeah, don't buy a new computer, just go and get a new video card. He only had like a basic NVIDIA card in it. I don't even know if it was a GPU exactly. It had like a little fan on it, a little heat sink on it. Did a 1080p, so it must have been the early video cards that were producing. Anyway, he got another one for $15 in New Zealand, which is like £7, I suppose. And I plugged it in, and away she went again. But he's using a Radon version now, a slightly bigger card, slightly 2 inches longer. And yeah, it just come up no problem at all. Windows detected it and added in the driver automatically. I do it every few years, feels so clean and faster when I do it clean and still. Plus I was given my son one of the NVMEs. Okay, planning on massive upgrade. That sounds costly. I've been through all that. And then you find out the NVEs, they're not all equal. Wouldn't buy Kingston again. It has a abnormal controller on it, chip on it. And my laptop didn't detect it. Put in a Crucial, or whatever they call it. Crucial. Not had any problems with them. Went straight away, and I think it was slightly cheaper even. And it wasn't even the fastest version one, because I've only got a PCI 3 bus anyway. That 4 can double it. So yeah, even 3,000 megabytes per second was good enough for me. Now they've got PCI 4, which does 7 or 8,000 megabytes per second. So what comes out next? PCI 5. Extra pin or something on the motherboard. Yeah. I think problem is power consumption, and the heat is the biggest problem. Somehow they need to get around the heat problem. My laptop's noisy. If it wasn't for headset. Yeah, so I won't put up Openlines just yet. I'll just do a wee bit of a presentation first. But yeah, Gabba and 18 Wheels were trolling me on my X account, Twitter account. I end up having to mute them because they're becoming a nuisance. But yeah, I just want to talk about some stuff that they brought up, which, as far as I'm concerned, they got it completely wrong. Saying that I didn't understand the technology because I didn't have the camera. Well, apparently the camera is painted it anyway. Just like Mick West trying to debunk Navy camera footage. He doesn't have access to the actual modified firmware on those cameras. They wouldn't be off the shelf. They'd be adjusted their way, I'd say, or tweaked, special tweaks. But yeah, so this what's this bullshit coming? Alright, some ads, is it? Let's see, what's this one? So yeah, I want to talk about dimensional beings today. So this is really not a debunk one, just more of a learning. We always got to keep learning so we can apply it to the UFO field. How do I get rid of that? View offers, don't want to view any. Bugger off. Is that even the page I wanted? Yeah, so one of the things they brought up is that the birds were orange or yellow. Let's just, well, I should say the objects, right? So I'll just go over that. And I'll just go through the claims that they're making. So I'll just start off with drawing a picture. So if it's filming early in the morning or as the sun's going down, as you know, the sun's on the horizon, is just coming up. But you also got street lights, but we'll cover that in a minute. So as you know, the world's a globe, not flat Earth, and the sun comes up. It's probably further down I should do it. As it's starting to come up, you start getting sun rays. It's a really sluggy speed for some reason. And it doesn't actually light up, it's still in darkness on the ground, but in the sky, stuff flying in the sky may possibly be illuminated. As you know, you can see International Space Station being illuminated in space even when it's dark, and also other satellites. So depending on the altitude and how far the sun's coming up, because it's going through more atmosphere, it absorbs some of the wavelengths of the white light, and that's why we see it as orange and yellow, right? So if you've got an object that's flying through the air over top of you, it may get illuminated by the rising sun with those particular wavelengths of light. So it's possible that you could see UFOs, birds, bats, planes flying overhead when it's still darkness on the ground, and see them illuminated. But you also got artificial lights like street lamps, right, which are like mini suns. Early days used to be sodium lights, which give off a orange and yellow color. But also white as well. I think they have a mixture of street lamps nowadays, but now you got LED ones that also can be tailored for their environment. Apparently certain color wavelengths drive moths crazy, so they're changing the type of orange or white colors that they use in LED lights, so it doesn't disorientate birds even. And of course they're a lot brighter, of course, and low power consumption. So yeah, if I draw another chart, so the sun's giving off light, right? And we know it goes through atmosphere and can be filtered And we know light's made up of a rainbow. So all colours of the spectrum, when they're added together in light, form white, right? And you've got sort of like 7 base colours. Blue, one end of the spectrum heads towards ultraviolet, and the other end of the spectrum heads to infrared, right? So you could have blue, other colours. Probably should look it up though. How come that didn't work? I must have a hole there. I got some holes. I'll probably look it up, but let's say the atmosphere cuts off. In the middle should be yellow. Hey, that's a good one. That really screwed up. There we go. So yeah, so the atmosphere can cut off stuff. So you end up with the yellow and orange bit spectrum in the middle there. That's why the sun looks that color. And of course, how the light, how we see it with our eyes is using 3 rods in the eye, RGB. Each rod detects 100 shades of each 3 primary colors, so red, blue, and green. And your brain mixes it, and you don't actually visualize yellow, but the brain detects those wavelengths in your eye, and your brain just adds it together, and you perceive it as yellow. So yeah, probably best with a web page to go through it all. So let's see. How can I? Okay, let's start with light. Light spectrum chart. No, probably not the best one. Mixing chart, maybe. Mixing chart. No, that looks like paints. Paint shades. So that's this is where it gets a bit confusing. Pigments versus actual light. And it could be light, this one. Yeah, when they're all joined together, they form white. Okay, yeah, it could be a chat. This is not the one I was after, though. I wonder the one with the bands. Wavelengths of light. I'm just trying to find the right chart I'm after. There you go, it's listed out the frequencies there. Indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, red. Here we go. So you can see the frequency is decreasing for the color range. So to get yellow, where's the mixing chart for it though? To get yellow is really a mix of green and red. There you go there. Still haven't found the chart I was looking for. So you can see the frequency is changing as it's getting to the red side of things, and it's getting finer as we're going into X-rays, ultraviolet X-rays that way. Thought I would have found it. As you know, prism splits the light because of the angle diffraction into the individual components. That kind of reminds me of the album cover, is it? Pink Floyd, is it? Okay, you can see if you mix light, all the different frequencies, you end up with pure white. That's what they try to show on that one. But there's also pigments. So what you could say is, why do we see grass green? And we should go from there probably. Here's some examples here. So basically the white light comes down from the sun, or if it's been sort of altered because of sunrise, sunset, and the clouds will absorb some of the wavelengths, you're going to lose some of the outer ones here. But you'll see a different shade of probably green leaves on a tree. But in pure white lights, you can see here the chloroform inside the leaves, which is the fluid stuff, absorbs all light apart from green, and that's where we see it as green. So that means if you had a white bird fly over, or a white UFO or a white drone or plane fly over during the sunrise sunset, you often see that with the jet contrails being white, but at sunset or sunrise they turn a fiery orange to red. Same with bird. If a white bird fly overhead, if the sun is yellow orange, then a white bird should reflect all that spectrum. No, it should absorb all the spectrum and not reflect any colors back, right? So if it's orangey red, we'd expect the white bird or white plane or UFO to reflect that color back out again. Does it reflect? Yeah, we see it as white, so it bounces all the colors back. No, it reflects all the colors. I got it around the wrong way again. So a white bird, white plane, white drone would reflect all the colors bouncing off the white pigment. Now if it's a orange yellow sun, it's going to reflect that color also, because that's all the wavelengths of light that it's sending. Now, why does it reflect all those colors of light? And that gets down to more of a complex thinking on the atom level, right? The material itself, the atoms. What did they say here? I went for the images. I should have gone for all, probably. What's the explanation here? What makes grass green? Grass appears green because chlorophyll absorbs light at two wavelengths, both red and blue, while reflecting green. If grass is kept in complete darkness, it will turn white and die. Well, there you go. I'm not sure. Turn white. I thought it turns yellow. Yellow and brown. So why do we see grass green? Let's see. Why do we see What's another good one? Banana. That's yellow, right? So it's not a primary color. Yellow. This is when the flesh of the banana becomes less bitter. That's not what I asked though. The decrease in chlorophyll, which is what causes plants to appear green, allows pigments called cyanophils to show the yellow color. Cyanophils are the same pigments that appear in yellow leaves, egg yolks, and palms, whatever that is, some type of fruit. So yeah, you see the colors reflecting the light at atom level as these material chemical makeups. I suppose that's another technical question we should ask. And the reason I'm saying this is because they're saying their video showed a orange-yellow UFO flying, 3 of them in formation in the distance, and he came out with new information which I don't recall him ever saying that he saw it first before he started filming. He wasn't actually looking through the viewfinder recording at the time. He actually saw it with his eyes and then got the camera. By then they've gone far away. Now, as I already said on that episode, I only had the evidence in the video to go by, and I said the most likely answer was birds reflecting street lights or spotlights or sunrise or sunset. I'm not sure what time of day it was. Normally these guys film early in the morning. That's when they catch the satellites, right? A lot of these sky watches, which are orange and yellow. So it's possible that you could see it with your eyes, whatever it was, UFO, birds or whatever, and then start filming it, and it should come out on the camera the same sort of colors. But the further away you get from a camera, you got less light being reflected back to the sensor for it to be picked up. So we got another problem, is the camera sensor itself to what you see. Your eyes are always going to see better than the camera because the technology still hasn't caught up to the capabilities of the eye. As you know, the eye is like a what was it? Like a 500 megapixel camera. Can't remember now. Let's look it up. Is the eye in megapixels? I'll catch up in the side comments in a minute. According to the scientist and photographer Dr. Roger Clark, the resolution of the human eye is 576 megapixels. That's huge when you compare it to 12 megapixels of an iPhone 7's screen camera. What have they got it up to now though? That's back in 2019. You know, technology exponentially improves. And of course we got ISO. ISO is how much light you can see with your eye. You see, the human eye has a 2.2 as a resting point, but as we change, lighten, the eye can switch from an ISO of 1 and also go up to an ISO of 1000 before being blacked out. In low light, the native ISO for an eye is 16. That sounds wrong. So it meant to be 16,000? I think it's meant to be, isn't it? Not because the comma's in the wrong place. 160,000. It could be 160,000. I don't know. At night, the eye ISO is 800,000, so we can't get that on cameras. Anyway, let's see. Anyone else got correct information? Looks like there's a typo there. Crazy as most digital cameras can't go below. Here we go. Let's just compare our eye to a camera. Why is it not coloured it? That's on, isn't it? That one doesn't work too well, does it? Okay. Okay, what's it say? The eye is a truly remarkable product of evolution. Oop. Perhaps we don't have the most impressive eyes compared to other animals. No, because they can see further spectrum. Let's see, where's all the information? Field of view. I won't read it all out. Aperture f-stop. The human eye has a focal length of 17 to 24 millimeter. Maximum pupil diameter of 8 millimeter. Using these numbers, we can calculate the human eye has an f-stop of about 1/2 to f over 3.8. Which is very comparable to many cameras, so that's a good sign. Resolution detail, and there's the information again, which ISO, that's what you want to know. ISO, quite simply, is your camera sensitivity to light. Before digital cameras existed, this was called film speed and referred to a variety of different rolls of film that were either more or less sensitive to light. With modern digital cameras, your sensor converts light into electronic signals. Blah blah blah. Let's see. Incredible high ISOs and low light conditions were some of the best mirrorless cameras, like a Sony A7, reaching numbers of around 256,000. So how does this compare to the human eye? In normal daylight conditions, we read that before, 1,000, which is crazy as most digital cameras can't go below an ISO of 100. In low light conditions, such as being under a forest canopy on a overcast day. Our eye's native ISO is about 16. There you go, it was 16,000. Too many zeros in the last article. But where it gets really crazy is when we look at human night vision, or our eye sensitivity to light when the sun sets. In this case, our eyes can achieve an ISO of about 800,000. After all, which we switch from primary using cones to rods at night, as these photographs are more photoreceptors are more receptive, more sensitive, and function better in darkness. Suppose we'd better have a look at the eye itself. So yeah, ISO on the camera 100. I think it's a bit better than that now, though, isn't it? Frame rate. Yeah, I haven't even thought about frame rate for eyes. So I reckon maximum firing rate of, so they're talking about electrical signals from the cones is 13 milliseconds, which equates to about 75 times per second. Should be noted these photo receptions aren't all firing in sync like the way a sensor is in a scanner on a camera. It's quite interesting stuff, isn't it? But anyway, so we can get better than that with cameras. Frame rate, of course, we can get up to 8,000 on some cameras, and you can see the wings of a fly flap, right? Very good. I'll post that article around, actually. I think it's quite a good rundown there. So yeah, I'm not surprised he may have seen something in the darkness, and only a real low light sensitive camera could pick it up as well. And he would have seen it better with the eyes, is what we're saying here. But yeah, I'll just paste it up. Hit the wrong button now, haven't I? Eyes vs camera. So yeah, just imagine if you could record what your eye sees in a chip in your head. I suppose Elon Musk will be working on that. Did it send out to everywhere? Looks like it did. Okay, we'll just have catch up on the side comments. I went into my own zone for a wee while there. Why is it not scrolling though? Yeah, more lanes as well. Yeah. I need a better GPU, still rocking a 5700. What they up to now? 9,000s? Prices are stupid, yeah. GPUs can cost more than the computer itself. Playing a bit of that Unscripted in background. I guess that's the type of game. Yep, ISO 100 is usually lowest offset that with lower shutter speed. When I take pictures of a moon or anything bright, it's still too bright with ISO 100. I lower the shutter speed. So our eyes went from ISO 1 all the way up to 800,000. 0.1 seconds exposure. Lots of factors. Sensor type makes difference. Any optics involved makes another difference. Yeah, and that's why the Psionics has its own patented sensor. It's not using a Sony one. Even that's top secret, isn't it? We have a rough idea how the color night visions work though, which I haven't talked about yet. I love astrophotography. Not done anything in like 2 years. Yeah, I should be getting back to my sky watching too, but yeah, it's just so much going on, man. Yeah. Oh, there we go, we got to the end. So yeah. I will open up the Openlines soon if anyone wants to come on. Haven't seen anyone comment apart from Michael King. I don't think we got too many people watching this. How many people in Rumble? Anyone? What does it say? I'd have to zoom in. 5 on Rumble. Yeah, anyone out there just want to say hi? Just say so on the side. If you want to come on Openlines, let me know, and I'll set it up sooner. I'll just check the stats here. On Pilled, and looks like we've got none watching, but I'll just reload that just to be sure. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Maybe it's not working. Hang on, let me just check. What does it say? I'd have to zoom in. 5 on Rumble. Yeah, looks like it's working. Just want to say, I know they've been doing lots of mods on this system, so maybe it hasn't rolled out there. Just check. Alright, it's now updated. It's now saying there's 6 watching. Okay, so anyone unpilled like to come on voice, tell us about your alien experiences. Anyone that's been abducted would be really cool. Not many people like to come on to about aliens visiting them because they feel embarrassed. But I told mine, so everybody else should tell theirs. Okay, it's all good there. That's right. Okay, so makeup of, well, maybe I shouldn't use makeup because it go to makeup. Inside the eye, how it works. Let's see if we can get a picture of it. So they talked about rods and cones. Not cone heads, like aliens. So yeah, I suppose we want really to see the back of the eye, where the receptors are. Not seeing any good ones. I might have to put rods in. Rods, cones. Here we go. So at the back of the eye, we got to zoom in. So we got a rod and a cone. How come that looks the same on the picture though? Is there any better picture than that? No. The other interesting thing is that because of the way that the eye is designed, it's always upside down, and the brain has to invert it. It's amazing what the human body can do, really. It doesn't look very much like a cone, though. I never liked biology at school. I was more chemistry and physics. I didn't like cutting things open, like frogs or whatever. Oh, here we go. What's this one? Outer segment rod. So what's the difference? Looks like a space alien, doesn't it? Little 3 fingers. Nucleus. So I guess the difference is this up here, outer segment. That's the only difference. So this is why people think we were invented by a god, because this is all made by pure chance over millions of years. Seems like impossible, but is it really? You think they're about to write simulators now and actually put all the chemicals together and simulate Earth and see what life forms form, because that would be like a pretty cool, like a ongoing experiment you could run at home, and you could probably and speed it up, you know, you could speed it up, stop it, and see how it's developing. It makes you wonder, will humans have toenails as we go? I find toenails are pain in the ass, because you're going to have to keep cutting them. What do we need toenails for? We wear shoes now. I suppose when we're primates, it protected the ends of the toes, or made us use the toenails like fingernails for clinging onto things, climbing up trees like a monkey. You're not allowed to say that. Okay. Okay, so there's a cone again. It looks more like a comb rather than a cone. Well, that one does too, I suppose. Two different types of combs. That one's got a can opener on it. Can opener for small tins. So at the moment I've got cataracts on my eye. Well, actually everybody in their life gets cataracts at some point. So you're all going to end up with cataracts. And you're going to have to get laser surgery, put lenses in. Basically the protein, the white protein of the eye grows over the lens. So what they do is they basically cut out the lens and put an artificial lens, and it doesn't grow over it after that point. And they can give you 20/20 vision after that, because they can create the right shaped lens for your eyes. So I'd be interested to see if I ever get the operation, whether I'm about to see 20/20 vision in my left eye. And the right one is okay at the moment, so they won't operate on it, but it has got a cataract slowly growing in the right eye at the moment as well. So, what is, wouldn't they say the cones switches over from cones to rods? The rods have more surface area. So it's got one set for daytime and one set for nighttime. It's quite interesting, it really is. But yeah, it's not really my topic at all. What was the other stuff? Yeah, I was talking about pigments. How does atoms maybe absorb and reflect light? Maybe we can look at the more technical layer of that. Does reflect light? Now we know we got pigments in our skin, right? Which gives all us the shades, different shades of skin color out there, from black to white. And we're not allowed to say that though, are we? I'm not sure. But it's true, and they call it, was it melon toner? Is it melon something rather? So how does it work at atom level of all these compounds? Atom changes from a ground state to an excited state by taking on energy from its surroundings. In a process called absorption, electron absorbs the energy and jumps to a higher level. In the reverse emission, the electron returns to the ground. Yeah, but how does atoms absorb and reflect light to show colors? I wonder if that will give us the answer. When atoms or compounds absorb light off the proper frequency, their electrons are excited to higher levels. Colored components absorb visible colored light, and this absorption is responsible for their color. Our eyes perceive a mixture of all the colors as in all proportions of sunlight as white light. So I guess if it's got a carbon atom, hydrogen atom, nitrogen in the molecule, in this case here, it absorbs the orange and the red spectrum, and the rest of it goes through the atom rather than being absorbed into the electrons. That's what it's saying there. Let's see. That's our eyes able to see visible light. I'm just seeing if there's any good good things here. How do we see colours? Let's go to that one. Our eyes are able to see visible light, the part of the electromagnetic spectrum that can be seen by human eye. Each colour that we see reflects light waves with distinct wavelengths and frequencies. Wavelengths and frequencies can inversely proportional. Our eyes detect these light waves through the retina, the tissue. Yeah, well, we know that atoms have no color. Scientifically speaking, there is no color in the universe. Color is created by neuro programs in the brain and projected on the outer worlds. So that means that our world's all false color, artificial color. So it means each human could see a different shade of orange looking at the same color, right? And this is where you get color blindness, I guess, where they can't see certain colors. There's only illusion created by the interactions of billions of neurons in our brain. Having said that, let me take you through the details. Well, one way we could see if we're seeing the same orange though is to all look at the same color. And have different shades either side, and see if everybody picks the same shade, I suppose. But I bet my eyes, since the cataracts is cutting out a lot of the light going into the eye, what you see is a blinding white light on your screens. To me, it's just normal. So yeah. But did he actually answer the question here about how the atoms work? Or so really, it's absorbing electromagnetic spectrum in the shells of the atoms, and the other ones just pass through, and the other ones get absorbed. But how does it know? I suppose it's a density. So that means it could be absorbed in the first atom, but it could miss the second atom as the wavelength passes through, and it gradually gets absorbed by the material, the density of the material, I guess. So some of it could pass through. It's a bit like maybe a tissue where you shine a torch through it, but you can still see some of the yellow light passing through. So it depends also on the density of the atoms, I would say. And as you know, X-rays can pass through all those atoms, and as we found out last time, they have special sensors in satellites to detect X-rays, because they're very hard, because they do pass through atoms, but they have to refract it, deflect it in a way that the sensor detects them. But anyway, that was another topic, another day on that one. It's a complicated world we live in, so our vision is illusion. But it's funny how, in that case, that humans all evolved to see the same thing. And this is where I come into that there's something more going on in the atom layer itself. Because I think the energy within the atoms is fractal based. But also, some believe that it's random, random things. But I think there'll be some mathematic formula, like fractal mathematics, for each of the different particles. But yeah, some believe they can get it spinning around the same direction in all atoms, that you'd get anti-gravity, which is what that Falcon Labs was talking about. So I don't agree with that idea, but because when you think about it, atoms are all linked together. So how would you get them all going in the same direction without breaking the linkages? I think it's a bit more complex than that. So I reckon it's more that you reduce the energy absorption from this dark energy yet to be detected, which probably you won't be able to detect it. So it'd be like one of those things. It's there because we can't detect it because it's creating a effect on this mass of atoms, which is basically how they figure out there's dark matter in space. You don't see it, but you can see it affecting the orbits of things. Kind of reminds me like Hitchhiker's Guide, where the spaceship was called Dark Matter, wasn't it? Something like that, wasn't it? Or Dark. It was so dark you couldn't see the control panel. It was hilarious. Hilarious sci-fi anyway. Let's see who we got down the side here. I better open up Openlines in a minute. Oh, what's going on here? Your eyes, that is. What's going on here? Hope you get it sorted, mate. Well, if I don't, I'd have to give up what I do here because it's getting more tricky. Have we got Shogun? You mean Google allowed you on the side chat? How dare them? See, that's what happens when you go down the rabbit hole in conspiracies about 9/11 and all that. Google sees it and starts limiting what you can do. I may come on, I will be good this time. Yeah, you broke all the rules. Yeah, you see that I'm pretty fair though. I'm not like a warmongering Nazi control freak, you know. And I forgive people maybe too much, you know, in the past when people cause problems, especially to the channel, that I give them a second chance, sometimes a third chance, and sometimes a fourth chance. But I think Gab has really done his dash in 18 Wills, right? Why are they attacking me when I just gave them opinion on a video? And I said it wasn't conclusive because the quality's not there, but you know, given them my top yes was what I thought it was by the movement of the pixels and the formations of it being geese, right? Makes them go crazy. But that's the problem. I think even Goofon had that problem with Skywatchers, right? A lot of them went anti and started saying nasty things about him. It's hilarious, ufology. What link to join the West? Yeah, I'll do that in a minute. Hope you get it sorted. Your eyes, yeah. Yeah, well, I haven't heard from the hospital in 6 months, so what's that tell you? There's people more important than me. I have to win lotto and get it done privately, probably. When you take shrooms, your vision filter is removed. Well, I don't want to take shrooms. There was something else about shrooms I read. Anyway, that basically you're taking toxins anyway. So you're actually doing damage at some level there by taking toxins. You know, even mushrooms, most mushrooms have some toxin. But I love those field mushrooms, especially with egg. But yeah, it's not like you eat them all the time, I suppose. Interesting things how all people experience similar things, I suppose. Yeah, so what I was saying about that is I still believe there's information stored in the atoms. And it's passed on through the atom's knowledge. And once it's integrated into the brain, some of those atoms get integrated into neurons. That there's something more going on at the atom level, where the information is passed back into the higher level, the neuron level. I think we're still missing something there, and that's why I think reincarnation could exist, right? I've been over that many times. I used to doubt it very much, that they were just imaginary things or recording things they heard on the radio or TV. But it's a bit hard when you're talking about a young kid where they weren't allowed TV and didn't have any books on war, and they're talking about being in a past war and given names, dates and details, and they look it up and they find that person did exist. So to me, I think there's something more going on here. There may be frauds exploiting that, like we have in ufology with fake videos, right? But there may be something real going on there, and it's all to do with that spooky action at a distance. So yeah. But what do I know? A lot of the information like that I've sort of come up with has been since I got alien visitations. So I don't know if somehow there's something being passed to me in sense of dreams or nanotechnology or whatever level. You know, the concept of the universe and multiverse, all that sort of come in recent years. 8 years ago, I knew nothing like that. Is it because I do a lot of technical reading? I don't know. But it's kind of strange. Once you're into this field and associate with the right people, strange stuff starts to happen. So that was going to connect us into dimensions. Anyway, I thought the eye stuff was going to be very quick. Got some stuff that I was going to do with Robert. But yeah, I was going to look at dimensions. Where did I start it though? Have I lost it? I won't be surprised. String theory. What was that one? Dimensions. So it looks like it started there. And then we got some nightmarish UFO and alien encounters to tap into that. So yeah, I've got it sort of prepared here. So hopefully people don't get mixed up between pigments and the mixing of light. If you mix all pigments, eventually that turns to black, because you got all the different atoms in the molecule absorbing all the wavelengths, right? And if you mix all light frequencies together, all the different color light frequencies, instead of going black, you get white. It's totally opposite. So you can't relate the color wheel chart, which is what 18 Wells was doing, which is pigments, not how light is mixed. Color wheel. He did a debunk video talking about the color wheel, and I thought this has nothing to do with what he saw and how the camera works. Color wheel, I think, is related to pigments, right? There we go, here. And there's different variations of it. So it's talking about palettes. Let's put pigments in. Ooh, there we are. I've got some other ones here. Real pigment color wheel. There's another thing is I forgot to look up was how many colors can human eye see? Now we know computer displays use 32-bit and all that business, and up to 32 billion colors or whatever it was, or million colors was it? Let's just go through that. How many colors can humans see? I believe it's 1 million, but if you add in black and white shades, I think it goes up to 10 million. Let's see, how many colors can humans see? Researchers estimate that most humans can see around 1 million different colors. This is because a healthy human eye has 3 types of cone cells, each which can register about 100 different color shades, amounting to 1 combinations. But that doesn't include black and white there, I see. Alright, here we go. Can the humans see 10 million colors? Estimate humans can discern up to 100 million colors when the light hits objects. So, is it 1 million or is it 10 million? I think that's because, and we're talking about color receptors. 1 billion it's got there. No. So that's why you got to keep checking different websites. Is grey just a color we cannot see? Says there 10 million here on that one, on the wiki. Do we trust the Wikipedia though? Yeah, you think it'd be the most up-to-date information, but not always. Wavelengths, hue, okay, let's just go back on that one. So how many colors on LCD display? So we could do, let's say 1 million. There we go. It's almost 17 million colors on an LCD. Where did I get 32 from? 32 is in my head for some reason. Maybe I'm thinking of bits of information. So does that mean that the LCD shows more colors than we can see then, in that case? That's what it's saying. Let's see. How many colors on LCD display can humans see? So in regards to this figure, 2 points need to be kept in mind. Firstly, not all leading LCD monitors can reproduce the entire full color range. Secondly, the full range of 17 million colors can be achieved in different ways. Okay, that's not what I was after. So I guess our brains approximate all the other shades down to 1 million. It didn't answer my question though, did it? Here we go. Monitors display more colors than the human eye can distinguish. We are capable of distinguishing between a few million colors, well it's a few million now, with some estimates reaching as high as 10 million, but certainly not 16. So I think maybe it's 10 million if you add in all the shades of grey. So yeah, it's still overkill. I suppose that's good though, because that means when you downgrade it, especially with compression, that we won't see too much difference. But anyway, I suppose you knew all that out there anyway. I'll just post up the link for you guys and start it up. There we go. Paul likes to talk, doesn't he? This is why I was a university lecturer, right? A tutor. And I got to start OBSing for it. There we go. That was instant. And I'll post your links now. So come and join us on Voice. The basic rules are no F words and C words and swearing. Else it gets me in trouble. And could limit things by Google and whatnot, and upsets people that have kids around. So yeah, just try and avoid that. Try not to troll me, try not to attack me, try and be civil to everybody, even me. And so I'd have to biff you or whatever, you know. But most people, I think, have been compliant to that, right? So I'll just post that up there. So you just need a Chrome browser or Chromium, and just click that link and give it access to your microphone and video. If you don't want to be shown on video, make sure to turn off the camera. Stick your thumb over the camera if you need to block it temporarily while you switch it off. And if you need the app, how long have we been going for? It feels like ages already. But yeah, this is why I'm doing 2 shows, because stuff seems to be getting busy lately to talk about. Like I said, I got so much projects that I need to do and improve the sky watching that I never get a chance to do it because I'm too busy reading things and studying things and researching. That's another thing I was told I don't do, is I don't do any research, which is, as you know, that's not true. My whole channel is about research. So if you need the app, you can go here for your phone and get it. And did I see some other people from other places other than YouTube commenting before? Let me just have a quick look. I see you've got an M on the screen. Is that Michael? Have we got audio? Looks like I made it longer than usual there. Let's see, I love, yeah, okay, we got to there. Shogun, Michael, what link to join? Okay, you got that now. It doesn't have experience.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Did you unmute yourself?
Yeah, like a dauber.
Yeah, maybe a wee bit too quiet. I'd have to check the volume gauge in a minute. Hang on. Thought I saw someone else comment down here that I might have missed. Here we go. Malfi. How'd you say that one? For a fellow Rumbler, hope you have a great night and even better weekend. Let's go Rumble. Okay, thanks, mate. You too. That could be our first person from Rumble, because we're doing live streams now. This is about our 5th one, doing it directly to Rumble now. Yep, so we caught up there. So we better check your volume levels there, Mike. Say hello to everybody.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a wee bit low. Not too bad though. How's everybody out there hearing them on YouTube and stuff? Okay. Compared to my voice, because I hate being louder than everybody. That's always a problem with a lot of hosting out there. I got a
I'm
terrible
not going to
itchy
talk much.
nose going on here. Yep, carry on. What'd you say? I don't think I can boost you.
I'm not going to talk as much because I'm trying to sort something out with my boy, and we're trying to do something.
Okay. Well, I can hear
yeah.
you. I can hear you, but yeah, I hope everybody else can. So you're back to 5 day a week now, is it, instead of 4, or is it still planning?
Yep. No, I went in on Monday there, so yeah, started.
Oh. So yeah, you muck around with a telescope and stuff. The stuff that you mentioned about focusing, which I totally forgot to mention when I was doing telescopes and a couple of live streams back. But there was a gadget where it creates what do you call it, a diffraction pattern, and
yeah, the diffraction spikes. I got one with my telescope that you can use. It is good because
yeah,
the
I
human
might just
eye,
actually.
you don't always catch it.
I just might bring it up here. Diffraction spikes for telescope. What? I thought it had a special name for it though.
It's just a
I suppose I should say focusing.
Basically, you set your telescope up. I get everything ready. I see the start. I try and focus it as best as I can. I put on the filter on the front, and you can, because I'm looking at it on a camera lens, so it's quite small, so it's hard to see the focus. Whereas the diffraction spikes make it easier to see because it's, you can see the spike going through the middle and vertical as well, and you just get them aligned better.
So it's called a Bartonov, is it? Focusing mask? Bartonov focusing mask. Alright, optics. What's it look like?
A lot of decent telescopes. That's it there. A lot of good. Well, mine's quite fancy. It's like a cup that goes over the top of the telescope.
Look at the price of it though.
The one I've got comes with my telescope.
$750 Hong Kong, whatever that works out. So basically, we're talking about diffraction patterns with the core of our video, you might recall, where you can put these gadgets here that actually causes a diffraction pattern on purpose. And I'm just trying to find some information about it, how it works. I thought there were some pictures.
It just disperses.
I'll just say focusing mask. Okay, telescope. Okay, images. Let's see. Here we go. So it creates 3 spikes, is it, in your telescope? By the looks of it, and when it's in focus, how can you? What's the difference between those ones? It's less fat.
The middle one's the best one, obviously.
Yeah, but what's
perfect? The other ones are offset.
So it's showing the line in the middle here is slightly to the left, and this one's slightly to the right. Well, this one, so it's a matter of just lining up the middle in between the other spikes, and it's in focus then. And there's the mask here that causes that strange pattern. So we're talking about light enters in all different directions going to a telescope, and it can create these diffraction patterns. But it's like a spider web. When you focus on a spider web, either close to the camera, or if you focus away from the spider web to a distant tree, the spider web disappears, right, from your image on the camera. I'm not sure if I've got a spider web on the camera outside where I can show you where we zoom in and out how it works. But they call it observation or something. What do they call it? What's the fancy word I'm looking for?
Obfuscation,
Obfuscation or something like that. It's where all the light goes around the object, but you still see what's in the middle where it's being blocked. Alright. And that's the interesting thing about why you can have these big things in front of telescopes, the mirrors on vanes, as they call it. So we're talking about telescopes before vanes. When you look at telescope,
get that link in the chat that I put, and that's the one that I've got, and it's got that wee thing that pops on. That's the filter at the top that you can just pop on and off.
You've got a link there.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's just an image.
Link. Yeah, so I'm not sure too many people out there know about telescopes, but hopefully you've been following me. You're starting to learn a wee bit more, like we are too, about the technology. Where's yes? Go to site. It's the one that's not coloured. Alright, so there's the mask on front.
Yeah, that just
so once you got it in focus, you take the mask back off it though, don't you?
Yeah, obviously, and then take some test shots and check them.
Yeah, it's like a cap. So you just push it on or screw it on and then screw it back.
Yeah, and then when you're taking your darks, that cap to the bottom right. What the hell?
That caused a bit of a power spike turning that on. Are we still live?
I'm there.
Turned off the third monitor for a second there.
Yeah, that bottom
can I
cap,
get the mouse back?
see the
Oh,
one to
right,
the
we
bottom
got the
at the
mouse
right?
back. Okay. You still there, Mike?
So you put, yeah. So you put that bottom right one on when you want to take like your dark frames.
Hello, hello.
You not hear me?
Have we lost? We didn't lose you.
Hello, hello.
Have we lost you? Let me just reload it. Something gone wrong. The spike took us out. What's going on here? Let me just check. Seems to be going there. Tilt, I'm not sure. Are you there, Michael?
Yeah, can you hear me? I can hear you.
We didn't lose you.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Can't hear you. Have we lost you? Why? I don't know. Let me just. Is it my end? Something gone wrong? The spike. Oh dear. Let me just reset the mixer just in case. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I can hear me. Can't hear Michael.
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello, hello,
I can hear you now.
hello.
I can hear you now. That was strange. When I flicked on the power switch, must have caused a spike on the power board. That only connects to the monitor and the Raspberry Pi, so I just wonder if the Raspberry Pi felt a wee bit of a spike there. Yeah, so yeah, I suppose we can look at the dimension stuff now. I'll just check the side comments here. I'll just see if it's still working. We still alive? Yeah, I forgot to charge the battery, obviously, in the mouse. I normally do it the night before, but I did it the day before, so it should have had plenty of juice in it. Okay. So did it go out there to all the other sites? Pilled, it looks like it came up on. And we got 8 watching on Rumble there. Yeah, someone could just comment there. $2 donation from their Moth, or how do you say his name? I'm not too sure. I'm no good on names, I tell you. I'm just terrible. Yep, thanks for that. Thank you very much for your kind donation. Did you ever see the telethons that New Zealand used to have? I'm not sure if they went worldwide or not. They were a lot of fun. Where they used to do one every year or every 3 years and have a certain cause, like to raise money for cancer kids and all that sort of stuff. It was really good. They used to raise a lot of millions, and then they used to have like some TV celebs come over from America and UK and jump on it. But anyway, we don't have them anymore. People just got more and more bitter as the years went on, bollocks for it. We used to be up all night watching it. People used to be up on their couch. The kids used to be on the couch on the weekends watching it. It used to go on for the whole start Friday and finish by early Monday or whatever. Yeah, so yeah. I'm not sure if other countries did that. The telethons, I used to call it. In fact, I don't know if you can even find some information on it still. Telethon. How do you spell it? That's a good question. Telephone, no. Telethon. There you go. Was a 24-hour live. I thought it was longer than that. First in 1975. Was it only a New Zealand thing? I thought maybe there was a few other countries that did it. What is the largest telethon in the world? Channel 7's Perth. So they did it in Australia as well. Whoa, raised over 600 million in total. What was that cause for though? Charitable trust. I think they probably need to bring that back in. Let's see if we got some images of it. You still there, Mike? You gone quiet? Are you gaming at the same time?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm not gaming. I'm trying to fix a Minecraft thing for my boy.
Oh, there's Fred Dagg. He was hilarious, that guy. And here's some pictures from the 70s. Oh, hasn't TV come a long way? I'm just trying to see if there's anyone we recognise, but the quality in the images is so crap. Look at the hairstyles back then, 75. That was when we had flares, wasn't it? On jeans. Who was that? That was that. What was her name? And that's the guy that had the hots for her. Can't remember. What was their names? YouTube. I wonder if I can play it without getting a copyright from television. What was their names? You may have heard of them. 1988, that one. Learn more. No, want to opening song. Here we go. Copyright.
So we'll look for ways to escape.
There's even 4:3 TV back then. Oh no, that wasn't the Telethon song. Oh, VHS tape. God, those days are long gone. Yeah, I don't remember that theme song. Now, what was her name? What was his name? She shouldn't know who she is. Will it tell us here? Doesn't say the people, does it? No. Yeah, Peter Gabriel. That's a really cool song, that one. Well, that particular version of it is Kiss That Frog. Yeah, can't play that either, but yeah. Go and check it out. It's pretty cool. It's one of the early 3D graphics videos of the time. Why is it not letting me close it? Yeah, I can't remember what her name was now, what TV show she was on. She was very popular back then, though. If I heard her name, then it would go click. Something strange going on here. Let's see. Guests from overseas. Let's have a look at the text file if we can get one. Channel 7, no. International guests. So when you can't remember someone's name, it drives you crazy. Oh yeah, Stevie Wonder did come over too. He was good. Let's have a read of that one. Damn eyes. Damn eyes making it hard to read. Maybe if I turned that on again. Might make it a bit easier. Yeah, that's better. Let's see, Canada. I just want to list all the people's names. Is that too hard to ask for? Yeah, looks like they might have been worldwide. United Kingdom, ITV, Telethon. There you go. 1988, 1990, 92. Okay. It wasn't just New Zealand. Someone doesn't like it there. That's probably why they faded away. Telethon was a glorious shambles. Yeah, they're a lot of fun. Anyway. Yeah, what was the damn name? I think she might have been a model as well. New Zealand. You think it'd be easy to find out? There we go. Oh, Lisa Gibbons, that's her name. Lisa Gibbons, you know her. And Coronation Street, Christopher Quinton, who famously got together after the 1988 show. Thank you very much for your kind donation. That was the theme song. Basil Brush, yeah, he showed up. He was hilarious. Lisa Gibbons. So what was she known for? Coronation Street? Surely not. Entertainment Tonight's Lisa Gibbons. A newsreader? Anyway, she was pretty smoking hot back then. Lisa Gibbons, American talk show host. There you go. Yep, that's what she looked like. 66 now. She's a bit older than me. She's still married to that drippy guy. Let's see. Maybe just had a fling. Oh no, she did marry him. 1989 and divorced 3 years later. No, 2 years later. 1991, yeah. Didn't last very long. It's funny how these Hollywood stars don't last very long with marriages. He hasn't even got a picture of him. He's not important. British actor, that's why. Maybe. Coronation Street. I really hate that show. It's disgusting. Clinton started his career. Alright. What's that one? Alright, not him. Dancer in East End. I didn't even like him when he was on Telethon. But Lisa, we didn't mind at all. Anyway, back onto UFOs. I just had to find out what her name was again. So yeah, I was going to talk about dimensions here. What is the seventh dimension? By the way of an answer, permit me to show how the seventh dimension fits into the 12. So my problem is people saying aliens come from interdimensional, and when you look at dimensions itself, it doesn't make any sense. So if the alien was one dimension, right, it comes from the one dimension, that means they would be squashed flat. They wouldn't have any height or width to them. They would simply be invisible. So we know what a box is. So it's 3 dimensions. That way, and that way. We can understand that because we can visualize it. So the 4th dimension, according to Einstein, is time. Which is kind of, to me, is not a physical dimension. It's a temporal one, they call it. And it shouldn't really be put in dimension field as far as I'm concerned. So however, is this all oh, we lost Mike. Mike's still not there. Where's Mike gone? He's got be right back. I need to reboot. Okay. I thought he was a bit quiet. I thought it was my end, but maybe it was his. So let's just go through this to try and understand interdimensional beings, is what I was going to cover. However, what if each of these lines represents all 4 real dimensions? For example, what if the green line represents the 3 positive coefficient plus 1? So he's trying to understand what these guys are talking about. Alright, Mike's back again. Are you there? Can we hear you this time?
Yeah, I had to leave it.
I think you got quieter actually. I can hardly hear you. You gotta keep your distance the same with your mic near your mouth. Like, that's why I like a headset. You just bend it to where you want it, and it stays constant. Then, yes, yeah, that's better. Yeah. So I'm not sure if this guy's explanation is really, very clear. It's not like you can really draw it though, dimensions. So this is why I have problem with people saying aliens from interdimensions. It doesn't make any sense. Because they do appear in our dimension as three-dimensional, right? So they're coming from a seventh dimension into our three-dimensional world. They transform in. So here you got thrown in some mathematic equations, because they think because they can prove it in maths, then it must exist in physical reality, and that's just where the misconception goes wrong. I remember, did I do a show on maths is not proof? Maths alone is not proof. There were some really good articles on that. Goldendahl's incompleteness theorems. I mean, incompetence. Can something be true but have no proof? This doesn't mean that an independent result is true without proof. Sounds like a mathematician talking, isn't it? And the result independent. How do we determine if a statement cannot be proved? No statement is ever proved by mathematics alone. There you go. 2022. So the premises may be false, and so your conclusion may be false too. So this applies to anything that's related with mathematics, right? So even Einstein can be totally wrong. But they keep saying he's proven right with various visual things they have seen over the years. But yeah, I think that's wishful thinking still. Like how satellites can lose time or gain time as it spins around, saying it proves that Einstein's right, that it's moving around in curved space. So it affects the atomic clock. That is also not the only conclusion you can get from that. It's also moving through the electromagnetic field of the Earth as well. And it's also moving through dark matter and dark energy that can affect atomic levels. In fact, that's probably more the case than bent space. We don't see bent space, but bent space is needed for their idea of gravity. So all that could be wrong, right? You know, this talking about dimension, time being the fourth dimension in Einstein's theory, could be totally wrong. In fact, time is not really a physical thing, it's a visualized thing, but like how we see the world with our eyes that we were just talking about. Time to us can move slower than it did the day before, where your mind, your thinking changes every day. You could be like in a dream state and it feels like hours have passed by, when in fact only 10 minutes has passed by, or vice versa. Can feel that the time has gone by very quickly in the day, and you just wonder where it's all gone. Where you might be focusing on a task on a computer, and your concept of time is then localized to what you're focusing on rather than what's happening around you. Or you might fall asleep and wake up and think, where did all the time go? You know, it's now dark. You might lay down for an afternoon nap and wake up when it's like 9 PM and wonder, oh crap, I haven't had dinner, I hadn't done this. Which is basically what happened yesterday for family here because everybody was so tired. Everybody went to bed and woke up late, and didn't have a regular dinner. Everybody decided to have their own sort of meal. But anyway, mathematics alone is not proof, is what we're saying there. So when we're talking about string theory and dimensions, it's all mathematical, right? So it may not actually exist. That doesn't mean that space doesn't exist. It may be able to be the distance may be able to be shortened somehow, but how is another thing. Again, it's just a theory, right? We don't see black holes altering with time. They suck in stuff and spew out stuff on the other end. We're seeing a side view of one, apparently. Again, it's all guesswork. We don't know if it's really a black hole. We know it's some sort of plasma. Was it what I covered last time? I can't remember, but yeah. So this guy's going on to mathematics, and he's trying to present dimension in mathematics here. In other words, although we now have multiple dimensions, we still perceive the real time, the present, the other line, the negative, and we cannot perceive, but it is nonetheless a real value. It is the past time. So he's putting in time into that equation. It's kind of stupid, really, I think. Anyway, let's see what the other guy says here. The seventh dimension is consciousness. Okay, how many times have we heard that in ufology? How did they get that to be consciousness? Okay, let's see. Where all the 6 other dimensions interact to give one experience of everything at a point. So from this point, all the other dimensions can be understood. Okay, so we know there's only 3 dimensions. Where's the 4th, 5th, and 6th then? The first 3 dimensions are physical, yeah, and the value, and the next 3 are mental. Yeah, exactly, they are mental. And valueless. When physical and mental unites, then 7th is formed, which has both value and physicality. It's like mind entering into character and value to create identity of experience. Isn't that gobbledygook though? Only got one update there. So yeah, I think it's nonsense. As a dimension is the expression define a specific property of characteristics of something, and there is no set order of dimensions. The 7th dimension can be any property or characteristic you want. That's Lato to a T there. He totally lost it, and he was talking about all this 11th dimensions of string theory. Don't get too engrossed in the string theory, as these claimed mathematical spatial dimensions have not yet been verified. Exactly. That's because they'll never be. There are only 4 plus G dimensions that I'm aware of. So he's adding Einstein's gravity and time. So times the 4th one, and 5th one would be gravity. Is that what they're saying there? The invisible bent space. And that's all we got on that one. But I thought that was worth having a look at with the consciousness thing. I thought that's just complete garbage. So you can imagine what they go to these contact in the desert and talk about this nonsense about 7th dimension. So string theory, the basics. Okay, so this is Michael Kachu guy. He's the king of string theory, and he gets paid very good. And he's going to have an IQ of 160 or something. But I never really liked the guy, and everybody keeps praising him for some reason. So, string theory, matter, molecule, made of atoms, made of proton, neutrons, and instead of it being fractal energy inside a neutron, they're talking about strings. Little wiggly woggly strings, which are going to be like nano, well, what do you call it? Micro, nano meters long. That wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. It sounds like nonsense to me, but again, how would that work with dimensions? You know, we're talking about inside of a neutron. What's inside the other particles then? The same? Okay, prior to the introduction of string theory, it was generally believed that we lived in a universe with 4 dimensions. 3 spatial and 1 temporal. So that's length, width and height, and 1 is time. I don't think time should be a dimension, so there's only 3 dimensions. First dimension, linear dimension, has a length but no width. Second one, flat dimension, has length and width. And the third one has height added to it, which is our world we live in. Fourth dimension, time dimension, that extends the 3-dimensional world by incorporating events that enable 3-dimensional objects to move forward and change. The concept of 4th dimension plays a key role in general theory of relativity. String theory induces 6 more dimensions. So we got, I thought it was a bit more. I thought it was 7. 4 plus 6 is 10, is 11 now, isn't there? I think that's called superstring theory though. 6 more dimensions that are curled up or compactified into very small spaces. The 6 dimensions can be perceived only by the strings and otherwise undetectable. So you can only see these dimensions within inside a neuron. I mean a neutron, not a neuron. Yeah, the neutral of the proton inside an atom. So does that mean there's little universes inside atoms? So you can see where the sci-fi and interdimensional nonsense can come from. So are they claiming that the aliens come from within inside the atom into our world? Kind of, that sounds like total nonsense, doesn't it? So yeah, interdimensional beings is goopies. What is M theory? M theory attempts to address these limitations by adding an 11th dimension, along with concept of membrane or brain, like the string. A brain is theorized to be a universal building block that provides the foundation of all matter. It sounds like the Higgs boson, doesn't it? However, unlike the original strings, brains add dimensionality, making them more flexible than strings alone. So it's to me, it's like a theory built on theories, and if one of these is wrong, it all collapses, right? M theory, what did that stand for? What did I say? Super theory. So yeah, I'm not sure if you want to read out too much of this. This added dimension requires an 11th dimension to make it mathematically. So again, they're using maths to make it feasible. And as I just said, maths is not proof. You can invent all sorts of things in maths, and it might not be a real thing. And this is an example. I don't think there's any proof, or I suppose they're talking about holographic universes, aren't they, with string theory? I'll just do a search, see if anything's popped out on that. Here we go. Has string theory been proven? No experiment has definitely proven string theory to be the fundamental theory of nature. However, the idea of string theory has passed countless theoretical and mathematical tests over the last 50 years. So yeah, you can prove it in maths, but you can't prove it in real world. Fundamental physics is a long game. Will string theory finally be put to the experimental test? This is in 2020. Yet a contrary opinion is that the concept is practically a pseudoscience because it seems to be nearly impossible to test through experiments. The cosmic string. We got a cosmic string now, have we? Can we prove string theory? No. 2014. No, string theory has neither been proven nor disproven. The challenge in testing string theory are enormous. Okay, there was string theory and holographic universe principle. Yeah, here we go. It's coming up here. I remember hearing in a news article years ago. Origins of holography. Using string theory in which reality arises from the vibration of impossibly tiny strings. Polchinski developed a theory of objects in string theory called D-brains, dumb brains, which serve as endpoints for strings that do not close on themselves, so they're not little loop strings. Could the universe be a hologram? Some physicists have already gone all the way, stating that our reality is an illusion. Well, as we pointed out, what we see with our eyes is our brains interpreting light. So in that respect, when you see ghosts, it's still an illusion, right? Because the physical world is really an illusion. In that sense, do we really exist at all? You can see how people can twist things, right? That we perceive as space and time and gravity are just manifestations of a deeper reality existing in fewer dimensions. See, this is how they can talk gobbledygook. That's why I think it's pseudoscience, but it's a lot of fun, I guess. And Kuku, whatever his name is, the Japanese guy, Japanese American, certainly making lots of money from it. Okay, so doesn't say much there, does it? Who didn't like the Matrix movie anyway? So it'd be like a dream that you never wake up from. So when you go to sleep, does your brain leave the illusion of the physical world that you're seeing with your eyes, and your brain is determining it? Do we then, when we go to dream state, do we go into the real world? We go into the meta universe. Meta universe, that's a good word. Is that actually a thing? I think it's a computer game, isn't it? Meta universe. Leverage to create infinite possibilities. Meta universe in existence is an interconnected network of immersive virtual worlds that enhances physical worlds. Metaverse NTF platform. So basically it's creating a 3D world that you enter. That's basically what they're saying there. Immersive gaming, right? So instead of you looking at a first person shooting where it's like you run along in a scene, you're actually inside the scene and you can turn around any direction and it's like you're in that world. Which is basically happening with those goggles now. Rather than looking at a LCD screen, you're wearing goggles that give you a different viewpoint based on the angle that you're looking down or up or turning. But in reality, we're living in a meta universe already without computers. Fun stuff, right? Metaverse and dreaming. Let's see what comes up about that. What are the dark sides of the metaverse? Metaverse can be very immersive. So it can drive, so gaming in the metaverse can make people go crazy by the sounds of it. Less time in the real world. This can lead to social isolation, detachment from reality, loss of productivity, and neglect of our physical and emotional needs. That sounds like Benny in ufology, doesn't it? They need aliens to be real, else they have a mental breakdown. So you can see how the brain is everything. So your brain is everything to you, the person, to yourself. So if that gets messed around with, your world view experience changes, right? So if some government has some sort of technology that can influence your brain from afar, like a satellite, although I would doubt it would be a satellite, it might be more likely to be a drone of some sort with the technology on it, or a balloon, a weather balloon type thing, like the Chinese spy balloon, that can transmit electromagnetic spectrum downwards and influence the minds below it and make them go crazy. That would probably be some experiment the Chinese and Russians would probably be working with. Maybe that was part of the spy balloon experiment, as they call it. It wasn't actually a spy balloon, but maybe it was some sort of research platform like that, where they were rather than receiving signals and decoding and hacking in, they were actually transmitting and seeing if people had visions of ghosts or aliens or lost their minds. So you don't know really. Can you make a person go crazy with electro. So that means the sun could affect our emotions too. And maybe that's what's happening lately with all the sunspots. Where people are feeling more ill, less focused. All these subtopics that I go through, huh? Waves. Of course, they're probably all banned topics on socials. Could certain frequencies of electromagnetic waves. Okay, let's have a look. This is 2006. It's been around for a while. Scientific American. Now, I have looked into this stuff in the past. Now, it's funny how we've gone from dimensions to this now, but anyway, it's all interesting. Definitely, radiation is energy, and research findings provide at least some information concerning how specific types might influence biological tissue, including that of the brain. In some cases, the effect may be therapeutic. For example, transcranial magnetic stimulation is a technique used to induce a short-term interruption of normal activity in a relatively strict area of the brain by rapidly changing a strong magnetic field near the area of interest. So instead of sapping people with high voltages of electricity, they now refined it by using electromagnetic waves and probes in certain areas of the brain, right? Makes you still wonder if it's safe, you know, because obviously electric shock therapy maybe did help some people, but screwed up a lot of other people in the process. What's it saying? Alleviating certain symptoms, including those of depression. So, by messing around with the brain cells, you can turn off feeling sad, is what they're saying here. Researchers typically differentiate between the effects of ionized radiation, such as far ultraviolet, X-ray, and gamma ray, and non-ionizing radiation, including visible light, microwave, and radio. The ionizing variety may be undesirable because it can cause DNA damage and mutations, thus we should all limit our exposure to exotic sources, radioactive materials, and solar radiation among them. However, given modern technology, non-ionization from power lines, personal wireless devices, cell phones, towers, and other sources is practically unavoidable. Extremely low frequency electromagnetic fields, EMF, surround home appliances as well as high voltage electrical transmission lines and transformers. Evidence of health effects from EMF, including the influence on the brain, is inconclusive. I bet the American scientists, Black Ops, know exactly what's going on now, though. Now, this is 2006. They did all those MK Ultra stuff, right? Pretty sure they can program anyone to become a killer and then kill themselves or whatever, you know. If you trained up 2 people to be killers, right, so you train up the first one to do the shooting of what you want to get rid of, and then you train up the other one to kill that person and then kill themselves. And then that's the whole thing covered up. And of course that's probably one of the theory put forward on JFK, isn't it?
You know too much, you need to be destroyed now.
Ah, we got Mike back. Where did you go to? You're just very quiet gaming, though, yeah. What did you say
I had a
there?
big update.
Alright, so you've been listening. So I went
I
from
said you know too much now. You need to be taken out.
So we went from dimensions into this reality, you know, and electromagnetic waves affecting the brain. So I was just doing some searches here. Remember they talked about that, what was that one called? The Havana? Is it Havana syndrome? Where we do know there is electromagnetic devices, weapons that can make people get sick and make it go crazy, right? So this might be, again, related to paranormal too. I've gone over this before, that certain locations on Earth shouldn't be lived on. Maybe because of the material makeup underground is emitting certain resonant frequencies of electromagnetic range that makes people sick in that location. Might be explained why we're all tired in this house, you know. It's affecting our sleep or whatever. It might be just bad patch of land that we've built on here. But how do you actually nail it down? Because a lot of people would call that like pseudoscience, I guess, out there, like Mick West, when it might actually be a real thing. And these psychics.
I don't think EM's good for you. Like even Wi-Fi. I mean, I don't think it's really, really dangerous, but I think it's sensible to turn it off when you're not using it. Or at least turn off the 5 gigahertz range, because it's
you can't do that if you're using it for. If you can't use that if you want to have your phones connected, you know, for messages.
Yeah, you use 2.4. 5 gigahertz. I enable 5 gigahertz for my VR connectivity because it's faster, but it's less good for it. So I usually disable it at night.
I don't think it can still penetrate the skull into the brain area though, but that might be more. You know, the ground transmitters might be able to, because it emits in different frequency ranges, and do it in pulses, big pulses, you know. So because I live in a place that has regular earth tremors and quakes, you can actually feel them coming before you actually sense it. So when we had the big one happening, it was like a big... it's like you've been hit by an invisible wave, go right through you. Because I was laying on bed before it happened, and I felt like something had passed through me. You know, people talk about ghosts. Felt like a ghost passed through me. It was like that. You could actually sense the electromagnetic pulse going right through the body before the actual ground started going crazy. Something you'd have to live through, you know, to experience it. But it is so amazing experience to have, is to feel one of these large quakes.
You remember I told you, it was like almost every day. It's pretty much every day. It's as if someone switches something on. It's random times throughout the day, and it's just like and then it kind of dies away. But you can kind of feel it. It's as if somebody switches a switch on somewhere every day. I feel it. It's like, what is that?
Yeah,
it's obviously some sort of tower or some sort of energy thing, but what it is, I have no idea.
Some people are more sensitive to electromagnetics, I think, and can sense that sort of stuff. A lot of it's to do with ripple control and the electrical wiring to the heater, right? They send like a communication signal that switches off the circuit.
Actually. It could be something stupid like that, something local in the house. I can't tell.
I used to think I could hear ringing and buzzing, but I thought maybe it's just ringing in the ear, or damage to the ear nerve or whatever. But there might be something in it, and we don't actually hear it now because we got older and we're used to the sounds in the ear, the strange sounds that you hear. caused by, they call it the nerve endings, because the hairs in the inner ear get bent over and don't pop back up. And it creates a signal.
I was starting to think it could be the smart meter in the house, you know, that connects to some sort of antenna outside, and apparently a really strong pulse. It could be that.
Yeah. Outside transformers, you know, we have street transformers that buzz. You can hear them buzzing. But it's not like that.
This goes through my head. I feel it in my head. It's like...
Yeah, and also street lights was another one.
As well.
Street lights was another theory. I'm not sure if it was related to LEDs or fluoro strip lights. But they do run at a certain frequency, cause a little buzzing. Some people reckon they could hear those when they sleep at night. But yeah, you got to remember though, we got space that's bringing down all that electromagnetic waves and gamma rays and all that passing through us anyway. But yeah, it's kind of scary, really. We don't really know much about what life is and what the universe is, and what's going to kill us and all that.
Yeah, I remember the first time I heard it. Like I said, it's not pressure. It's just like you feel it in your skull a little bit. It's like some sort of small pressure. I remember the first time I felt it, I thought I was having a stroke. Honestly, I was like, "Whoa, it's time. It's happening." Yeah.
And of course, that might be also part to do with implants from aliens, right? You know, you hear that people often have a ringing in one ear. A lot of people say that's again to do with your not optic nerve, the ear nerve. I don't know. It's possible that some sort of nanotechnology is transmitting, and it may be somewhere near your left ear or whatever that they implant it, or behind the ear, that then you actually hear it. Because you hear a lot of sound through your jawbone when you talk, right? It goes back to you as feedback. You've heard stories of people getting mercury fill-ins and gold fill-ins, and suddenly they can pick up radio signals.
Yeah, radio frequencies, I've heard that.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a myth or not, that thing, but yeah.
The way the way it feels and sounds to me, it's as if just something just been switched on. It's just like somebody like 500 meters away switched on some sort of generator, and that's what, because it dissipates within 10 seconds. It goes.
Yeah, 10 seconds. Yeah,
and it just
so
dies away.
Do you get it in both ears or one ear?
Well, it's central to my whole head. It's like it's not in one.
Yeah, I don't get that. I've had the 10 seconds thing in left ear only. Right, it's kind of interesting that you get it in both ears.
Yeah, it's not even in my ears. It's like I said. It's like it comes from my head, right in the center of my head. It's weird. It's like a pulse.
Okay, someone's asked the same question. Are there actually any confirmed cases of people picking up radio signals in their dental fillings? And what are they? Yes, I am one of the people this has happened to. In childhood, I had a large amalgam. What's that? Amalgam metal.
I don't have any fillings. So
mental? I think it means metal, doesn't it?
Metal. Yeah, that's how you spell metal. Metal.
Oh yeah, that's true. I'm telling you, I'm losing it. It's getting hotter. It's getting really hot in this room. Like I said, it was started off nice and cool with rain, and now it must be like 28 degrees in here. So it was a nice 24 degrees. Yeah, it's up to 4 degrees already. I'm gonna probably have to open the door and put a fan on. Fill-in placed by the dentist on the molar on my lower jaw. It was like a crown and quasi-root canal done with amalgam, which I believe is like the glue, isn't it? Amalgam. The metal went down a bit into the root portions of the molar. Okay, so over the years I was constantly hearing music or voices in my head. So that would drive you crazy, wouldn't it? You'd think, oh, I've gone schizo, I'm going to commit murders.
Definitely.
Faintly, not
I
quite.
suppose it could be entertaining as well sometimes.
But how would you sleep with a radio going in your head all the time? That would just...
Yeah.
You'd have to go mental, wouldn't you? Like a weak signal. But sometimes I wonder, because I've got a Mercury fill-in still, but it's still the one that's lasted forever, you know? It doesn't break down like all the crappy white ones, last like 3 or 5 years. And the Mercury one just holds together, but sometimes I think I hear voices, you know? And I just wonder if it could be...
That, I've read stuff as well, see, like that mercury, that's dissolving into your body because it's only going to go into your saliva and through your intestines. Pretty nasty stuff when you think about it.
Yeah, mercury is, yeah. And in fact, I've had the white cap put on it, so saliva doesn't get to it, but I need to go to the dentist again because that filling's falling out now. It needs to have the other one put on top of it to hide it again. It's a big hole there at the moment. I just have to... I'm just fearful of losing another $500 to the dentist or more, you know. But I'm going to have to get it done in the next few weeks, I think.
Dentist prices are... It doesn't make any sense, to be honest.
Yeah. So there's one guy that confirms it. I've been an amateur radio operator since age 12 and worked with broadcast radio. Yeah, what's that got to do with it? I have not personally seen people pick up radio signal in their dental filings, but I have heard. Well, when you think about it, if it's metal is crystal, and we got crystal radios, right? Using is it quartz they use for crystal radio?
Yeah. It's the human body naturally can actually pick up radio waves. It happens. You can definitely.
But I have heard it for myself in telephone, and I've talked with fellow radio engineers of sound mind who have seen and heard it personally from people who lived close, within sight of the transmission towers to the station. Generally, it happens only with older metal filings and more. So we're talking about mercury ones, right? Or maybe gold even. And the stations are powerful transmitters. Okay, so there you go. It looks like it might be actually a real thing then. Makes sense, science-wise. But
did you have?
But if it goes right down into the nerve, right? The nerve is also transmitting electrical signals, right? So it's got some form of connection point to charge it or send the signal through the nerve itself as a charge.
Did you happen to catch the moon landing the other night? I stayed up late to watch it. For you, it would have been the afternoon.
Hang on. Actually, the volume's dropped, but I might just boost you up a bit. What did you say? Moon landed.
Did you happen to catch the moon landing attempt by SpaceX / NASA yesterday?
I didn't know they were landing on the moon.
Yeah, it was a big thing. I was getting excited about it and stayed up and watched it. It was like, it got delayed from 9:30 till 11:30 p.m. my time, about 11 a.m.
I don't think they were up to that stage yet. I thought they were still having problems with...
It was extremely disappointing. It's called the IM, put in IM-L. It's the Odysseus lander. Yeah, that's it.
Well, 8 hours ago, the US has landed.
There's nothing to see. Absolutely nothing to see. Even though they've got all these super duper cameras on it, there was not one live stream as it was landing, so they didn't know it, and apparently it fell over and fucked the antennas, and now they're trying to fix it. There's one frame from in orbit, and it's like, is that it? Come on, 2024.
So it might be on
I don't know.
tonight's news here then, I guess. What's that one? Odysseus. No, how do you say that one? Odysseus. IM1. What's that stand for?
Something, I don't know, lunar land. No, I don't know. I actually don't know.
International Moon 1, maybe?
Yeah, no idea. But yeah, it was quite pathetic. The fact that there was no, everybody was cracking up saying, look, no stream. 1969, they streamed it live. Yeah, there was a 2-minute delay and blah, blah, blah. But come on, not one picture. And it's not just that. It was like, see, when it, obviously, when it was meant to touch down, they didn't get a signal. It's knocked over, and they didn't know what was going on, blah, blah, blah. And I was thinking, if you had a camera, you would know what was going on. You would clearly see that it fell over or whatever. Why no live footage? And people were saying, oh, it's to do with bandwidth and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, they done it in 69. Yeah, that was analog signal. All right, then use analog signal. Come on.
Well, it looks like they're trying to land it the same way they do on Earth's surface here.
Yeah, that's not the same device that's landing. It looks nothing like that. It's nothing like that. It's not a human thing. It's a autonomous.
Right.
And it's in collaboration with
NASA.
That
would be the next stage then. So they're sending a robot there first.
They've got all these other stages. Yeah, but it was like
really,
Lunar lander.
Okay, I see. February.
I don't know. I'll get you a link.
Yeah, no, it's alright. It probably would have been better to bring it up for Monday's show, depending on if Robert's joining us or not. Here we go for time. Anyway, it feels like I've been here for a century already. Let me just
2-minute video.
Is it fair use?
Yeah, it's SpaceX. It's public.
2.5 hours. It feels like ages I've been doing this now. Anyway, let me just close down some of these tabs. Here we got sidetracked there on the mind control. What was that one? Time traveling explained. Yeah, I got some interesting links that I was going to look at there. So, what was that one? Yeah, we're talking about string theory, weren't we? A lot of people think it's pseudoscience, so it's never going to be proven. I thought this one was interesting here about the dimensions. That's pretty freaky, isn't it? Looks like it's coming outside the box, but then suddenly the outside box is inside the box.
Yeah, that's a shadow of a fourth dimension. It's not actually a fourth; it's a shadow of it. It's bizarre. Like you've seen the analogy where they show you like you do them.
I suppose it's possible if you had really strange flexible joints on the corners to be able to push it in and out.
Yep. But see even what you're looking at there, even though that gives you the impression of a fourth dimension, it isn't actually what a fourth dimension is. It's more complicated than that. There's more vertices involved and stuff. It's just that's a shadow of it to simplify it so that three-dimensional beings can understand it, apparently.
Yeah, but again, that's talking about fourth dimension, and then of course that's sort of how they're trying to relate it to time, the time moving through space.
Yeah,
right?
No, time isn't actually you can classify as a fourth dimension, but when you talk about spatial dimensions, there's a difference there because it's about vertices, as in, I mean, what are your vertices? You can point up, down, left, right, corners.
I think it's a lot of cobblers, really.
No, I actually had a really good analogy of another dimension, right? And this actually helped me perceive it easily. Imagine, right? No, listen. Imagine you're looking up at a telegraph pole, right, and there's a wire going from left to right. Now, that just looks like a certain amount of dimensions, right? And even if you look at the rope, it's still in 3 dimensions. Now, imagine an ant rotating around that rope, right? It's still in 3 dimensions at this point, right? So this ant is rotating around. Now, imagine the rotation that ant is taking and doing a rotation within that rotation. If you know what I mean. I seen a visual kind
Not
of
really.
animation of it, and it made perfect sense. So
It's
within
walking along a power
within-
line, is what you're saying, and it's rotating around.
Yeah, not walking straight across it, walking across it, but rotating around it, and then the thing that's rotating around it while it's going forward. Imagine something within that thing rotating around inside that. It's a dimension within a dimension type thing. And I was like, oh, aye, that makes sense. I can perceive that. You know what I mean?
You think?
It's because I'm limited to 3 dimensions. I can only think of 3 dimensions in another dimension rather than an actual other dimension.
So
I don't know,
how are you going to get to 11 dimensions in that then?
Yeah, forget that. Yeah. Well, when you think about it, they could just be curled up dimensions within curled up dimensions within curled up dimensions within curled up dimensions going to infinity.
Yeah, that's a bit like string theory then, what we were talking about. Okay, but you were having problems, so you probably weren't following along what I was talking about. I just think it's all gobbledygook, and when you hear someone on ufology talking about interdimensional beings, they don't know shit what they're talking about. That's what I'm thinking. But if you say aliens from a multiverse, then that makes perfect sense, because the multiverse is still 3-dimensional, but it's connected to our universe through a opening, what we call portal, and it can pass through and back and forth, right, between universes. And it might not be a doorway that's open all the time, but this might be open some of the time.
I know where you're coming from. Like, because we don't perceive dimensions above ours, we just assume it doesn't exist, which I think is the wrong idea. I'm not saying they obviously do exist, but they could exist easily. It's just a limitation on us. You know what I mean?
I think you're thinking of mathematics again. I was talking about mathematics as not proof of physical reality, though.
Not even just
mathematics. But if you go back if you go back the other direction, right? So there's a 1-dimensional alien being. We can imagine 1 dimension. It's just a line, right?
But nobody's saying that 1-dimensional beings exist or 2.
No, this is part of that sci-fi series 3 Body. If you've not watched it, I'd say dig it up. You'd have to read a lot of Chinese subtitles.
Yeah,
but,
I seen a thing with what's him that done the Universe program back in the 70s, Carl Sagan. He talks about the dimensional beings, like the flat ones, but it's usually just to give you perspective on their point of view. With us being 3-dimensional,
but how can you have a flat being though? I don't think you can, because you're talking about a sheet of paper, like a sheet of paper.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying they exist. I think they tell you about them to give you perspective on.
I think you're more likely to say that maybe dense energy could be living, and it can then take any form. If atoms is made of energy, then the energy could form the atoms, then it can then form into our 3D universe.
Yep. Just to finalise what I was saying there, the stuff that I watched wasn't saying that 1-dimensional and 2-dimensional stuff even exists, right? They were basically giving you an analogy so that when you compare 3 dimensions to 2 or 1 dimensions, it gives you an idea of what 4 dimensions could be. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't to say that they existed. It was like, this is what we would look like gods to 2-dimensional beings or 1-dimensional beings, right? We would like float through their plane of existence. Now imagine 4 or 5-dimensional beings to us. What would they be like? How would we perceive them?
Yeah.
That's what I was getting at.
All right, we got a YouTube video here anyway. Yeah, I sort of got past the interdimensional stuff now, I think, but right, I can't copy it off there, can I?
That was interesting.
How do I get rid of this again? Oh, right, I have to click on, no, the scroll bar, no, a right click, oh, that's right, no. Yeah, this chat thing is a wee bit confusing how you get rid of the selection. Might have to ask him about that, actually. Click on it, that works, right click on it, does that. So right click again should get rid of it again. So how'd you get rid of it? You know, click off it. Oh,
that click left click somewhere else. That looks like left click somewhere else. There you go.
Left click. Yeah. So you'd think you would have had right click as a toggle back and forth, right? But no. Yeah, it looks like it's left click. Might have to ask him about that. Because my thing is the same button toggles it off and on, like there. That turns on the thing, but so right click should do the same, right? And you click it the second time, it should remove. But yeah, I might just talk to him later about that. See if I can change
What is that interface? That's not YouTube. What's that?
That's called Social Stream. It combines as many chat streams you got streaming it.
Yeah.
You know, so all the
Different
chats, instead of
platform.
having a window open for all the chats and monitoring all the chat windows, it scrapes all the information, go into them, and puts into this one window. And it puts a little icon saying where it's coming from, like Pilled, Rumble, and YouTube there, right? But at the moment, we don't have many people that want to talk to us at the moment. Why, I don't know. And they're not even coming on voice. There must be lots, there has to be thousands of people out there that want to come on and talk about the UFO or alien sighting, surely. What they're scared of. And then we can relate it to my own experiences, and maybe I can help them try and understand things, you know. But yeah, if people don't come forward, what can you do? It makes me wonder how ERT gets people to submit the stories.
Who's
right?
ERT? Who's ERT?
That's a group that started up with what's her name, Kathleen Maiden, the niece of
That's
Betty and
not that.
Barney Hill.
Yeah, I have no idea who that is. I remember some mad girl on Twitter. Is it her?
Well, I don't know if she's mad, but she writes books and things since she set it up. But there are a lot of the people that work on that thing that believe in crystal hippie bitches type things, you know, the energy fields and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, it's not really scientific in my mind's eye what they believe in, right? They're just true believers in energy beings and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah, if there's nothing tangible that I can see that exists, then it's just an idea. Maybe a good one, but it's just an idea.
But it's possible that what we're seeing is a energy being taking form in our mind's eye, because as we talked about, what we see is illusion. It's whatever our minds interpret it, right?
I've seen the universe from beginning to end, all the most crazy shit in the world, right? Granted, mostly through some sort of influence. However, it's no real. Nothing. I didn't come back with anything tangible like a magic sphere or a fucking pyramid. Nothing happened.
Yeah, so if you could really do out of body, right? You could go anywhere in the universe.
I have done that.
Why can't you bring back the energy into the physical world and say, oh, there you go, I got this from another planet, this lump of gold or a lump of crystal that's got different isotopes than anything on Earth. You could sell that and be millionaire too. You know, people buy that sort of stuff. People buy meteorites and all that. Which is why I called out people like Corey Good. I always called out people like Corey Good as bullshitters and the secret space program guys. In fact, I was going to talk about that. I was going to talk about that next live show, depending on whether Robert was going to. I was going to talk about a particular guy But yeah, if they really were in a secret space program, they could easily, go on other planets and pick up various rocks.
Some sort of tech, some sort of
some sort of stuff they could put in their pocket and bring back and prove they're on another planet, which is outside our solar system. Simple as that. You can say, well, here's proof here, but none of them have got any proof. They'll make up some excuses. Oh no, we weren't actually in our physical bodies, we're avatars or something like this. So once we left the body on that planet, it simply dissolved or whatever. They always got some other sort of outs to explain away why they're not super rich. They come back to their ordinary life as a carpenter or whatever, a mechanic, rather than being millionaires and set up by the government for fighting in the Space Force.
Here's the scary thing, right? A pure chance, some of it could be true, and you just don't even know. Do you know what I mean? Even though they're lying through their teeth and just coming up with stories, some of it could bizarrely be fucking true, and you just don't know. And it's highly unlikely, but possible.
Yeah. And that's what the gullible people out there follow along and fund these people, right?
I don't think they get.
I can understand what you're saying, that some of it could be true, but they can't prove it. But I think you can prove it by watching them on camera, which I was actually going to talk about another live show example and just go over it with people.
Put that YouTube video on.
Yeah, did I copy it? No, I haven't copied it. I have to copy it off another screen here. Copy.
I've actually not seen this, so.
Like I said, there's a lot of topics we can talk about. If people want to talk about them, they just have to come in the side chat and also on voice. So where is everybody? Is there something better on TV than to talk about life, the universe, and everything? Coronation Street, perhaps, or some other soap they watch.
EastEnders, my mum watches it all the
Oh
time.
no, not. I hate that. I really hate EastEnders, and Coronation Street is the next one. And my mum watches it. Let's make it full screen here. Is it NASA? I forgot to look. Intuitive machines, so we've got to be careful here.
They're part of NASA and SpaceX.
Right.
In collaboration with SpaceX, not.
Alright, I think that might be a NASA logo there, I'm not too sure. What's it say there? Intuitive. No. So you're in, it's part of NASA. Let's play it then.
Yeah, what when NASA not?
Oh, he's actually in the left ear only, this guy. Okay, can we skim past all the chatting or what? Okay, let's go past him.
SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket, flight controllers on
terrible audio on it.
Teams have been learning more about the lander and how to efficiently fly the mission to return the United States to the surface.
It's too low down, no one is about to hear that.
Intuitive Machines published the first IM-1 images, capturing our home as our lander drifted away.
So HD picture does look like we're on a globe, doesn't it? Unless Elon Musk is making some 3D renderings here, right? Looks a wee bit fish-eyed though. We're a wee bit squashed in here, aren't we? It's on a fish-eyed lens of some sort.
They do that on purpose, obviously. They want to get as much as they can into it.
Yeah. They could unbend it, because this will be raw images, right?
Actually sent to Houston. It takes a lot of planning, work.
What land? That looks like Australia and it looks huge.
Payload integration managers
yeah, I think it's been stretched. Yeah, I don't know. It could be South Africa. Africa.
No, it looks like Australia. Tilt it 60 degrees to the left and it's Australia. I'm telling you, look at the shape.
Where's New Zealand then? Under this cloud cover. Yeah, normally we're always covered by cloud. But yeah, So you're saying that's the top of Australia going this way, and that's West Australia here. Is that what you're saying?
That's what it looks like. That doesn't look like Africa. I know the shape of the continents, and that looks like Australia.
Oh, I don't know. I suppose
You
there's a
should
lot
know
of
better than me. You live right bloody next to it.
Let's see. There's no ice caps here, is there? But it looks like there could be ice caps up here and down there, right? So you might be right. So that means Antarctica would have to be here. New Zealand would have to be under this cloud cover here. I know we did have some rain. And it was overcast, so it's possible. I think New Zealand could be there. Well, there exactly. That would make sense. Yeah, it could be Australia.
Takes a lot of planning, work, and a
Well, it
little
looks
bit of
also
luck to get
Australian.
images like these. Payload integration managers.
So they didn't actually, they got into space, but they didn't actually land on the moon. They landed. Is that what you're saying?
Well, they don't know yet, but they think it toppled over because when we watched it live, they weren't getting a signal, but they've got this clever sequence, which I was actually quite impressed
so it
with.
landed down on the surface, but unevenly, and maybe the rocket fired or something, and it spun it over. Is that
No. So it's got these different sets of antennas, right? And what it does is, if there's no signal received from like base station after like 15 minutes, it resets and reboots all the antennas. And then if it still doesn't get a signal after 15 minutes, it reboots and then switches antennas because it's got different sets. And then they started getting a bit of a signal. And so they've just deciphered that it's failure or whatever, and they're trying to fix it because it keeps switching between antennas and they can't get a clear signal. So they're trying to get it to stop switching, but they said it's getting battery power for some solar panels, which is good as well. But I just kept thinking what I was thinking last night. I was like, if you had a fucking live cam, I mean, how much? I mean, even if it's 240p, super low resolution, right? At least you would see what happened to it. You wouldn't need to guess and look at all the logs for hours and hours and work out that it fell out. If you had a wee shitty camera, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, so that's what we got on it.
That's what we got on it. Footage.
Yeah, 4 dimensions anyway. So we're talking about M theory, string theory. Enough of that one. 4th dimensions, we can pass on that one. Although it's quite a good graphic, I like that.
I think we covered. I like that as well.
Yeah, I like that.
But always remember, put it in the back of your mind to make it even more spectacular, is the fact that that's a shadow of a 4th dimension, so it's missing a lot of perspective, obviously.
What's this one here? Yeah, so much stuff out there, isn't there? The human brain can't take all this in. You can see why people have to focus on one particular topic and only stick with it, right? If you try and be a jack of all trades, I think you'd go metal too much, right? Here's a wormhole. I suppose it might
be just a limitation on how you take in data. Like, see, I'm nearly 50, right? I can't take in data like I did in my 20s. In my 20s, I was a sponge. I was just like, see, now I need to dump other data to make room for new data.
And if you become diabetic, if you become diabetic, your energy levels suck right down too, and it's even harder to learn this stuff.
Yeah, same here. See, when I'm not diabetic, but see, when I need at least 3 coffees to get me enough energy to start doing my job. And then
I might have 1 coffee a day. I used to not have any coffee at all. I used to run on a natural high. I couldn't imagine taking weed every day. That's just kind of crazy to me to think of taking drugs every day.
Coffee's one of the most addictive drugs in the world, believe it or not. Your body is a drug machine. It functions on chemical reactions and drugs. So
Yeah, so we don't need any more
careful when you-
drugs.
Well, no, that's
Yeah.
not true.
Yeah.
Well, what when you become ill, you take drugs. I could
Yeah,
go on and
I
on
mean,
and on and on.
some drugs obviously
No, drugs.
are good for you because they boost your focus, and others take it away, right? So
I think the word drugs is a bad word to begin with when you think about it. They're called like transmitters. Would be even more accurate than drug, and even that's a crap word, right? But yeah, it's transmitters,
Yeah.
how it
Yeah.
shapes your body and how it transmits information and fucking nutrients or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
So-
Drugs are a function of life.
Yeah.
So I don't like see when people don't belittle. See the ones that are potentially really good, and a lot of people they've just been given a bad name because they make you think outside the box and do fuck all damage to you as well.
Hang on, I'm gonna have to
Honestly,
put on
think
the
about the
fan
ones-
here because I'm starting to cook.
Sorry,
Hang
I
on.
told you.
I'm gonna have to
First
move.
time. The ones that are legal and taxed to hell, right? Like alcohol and tobacco, they're the ones that will kill you.
Holy moly.
Aspirin, paracetamol, they'll kill you. They're all legal. The ones that don't kill you, yeah, they're illegal. And I'm not talking about hard drugs, I'm talking about things that are therapeutic for a lot of people. I remember seeing a video where a guy had MS and he's shaking like a leaf, right? This guy, he's only in his 40s, shaking like a leaf. I can send you a link. And he has a smoke of a certain herb, and within 3 minutes, he's as calm as anything and he can talk normal. It cures him instantly. Now, this was back 10 years ago when it was illegal in certain places in America and all that. But it's like, that changed that guy's life and it's illegal. Can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear. Oh, Shogun's back. Yo, bro. Shogun, can you hear me?
Okay. As soon as I got out, I had to go to the toilet. The gravity pressure on the bladder.
Can you hear me? I was
yeah.
sitting blabbing for ages.
Hope you're behaving yourself.
No, I think I said the F word about 40 times. Sorry.
Yeah.
You know,
I was going to talk about night vision cameras, wasn't I? The Sonics. How it mixes in infrared, which is artificially coloured with natural light.
do you not have infrared? Those aren't infrared, aren't they? Not?
Yeah, but if you see an object on night vision camera, it may be artificially coloured, right? Because of the way those cameras work. So I was going to talk a wee bit about that, but I totally forgot. But to do with all the colour thing, and I suppose you've read what they were saying on my a Twitter account, Gabba and 18 Wills. But anyway.
No. What was that?
You have to go and read it. Yeah. I don't really want to talk about negative stuff on this show, but yeah, it was quite negative what they were saying.
I thought everyone was patched up because they were on the stream the other night.
Yeah, okay. I think that was probably just a trick. I don't know. It's like they'll never change. You know, leopards don't change their spots. Same with sky watchers, right? They have to be correct. They can't sort of debunk you all the time. Can't debunk your debunk all the time or whatever. Yeah, it looks like you sent a donation, but it hasn't popped up, has it? Did we lose Shogun? Did he disappear on us? I'll just see his message here.
Shogun's here.
No, he's here at 3 p.m. So what's that? 2 p.m. over there at the moment.
He just said there's Sugar's the worst Mike. Shogun, by the way. Everybody in work calls me Mike, and I hate it. I'm Michael. I hate that name.
I'm not
Mike.
sure why we haven't got the dancing alien by now.
When my mates used to call me Mick, only one of my mates will let me call me Mick.
Mick Jagger. Mick. Yeah, not allowed to use Mick. That's Mick West. Yeah, I'm just wondering why you think isn't showing up. Don't tell me that's gone down.
Nah, your thing's usually got a heavy delay. The wee alien guy, it's usually like a minute, 2 minutes sometimes.
It's got slower and slower over the years. I think they got too many people on it.
It has got slow.
Not normally this slow. I wonder if I can log in and check it.
Nah, don't worry about it. Continue. What we talk? What's this picture all about? I love this picture.
It's a bit of a worry though.
I want to see more of the title. Likelihood of the life existing elsewhere in the universe and lack of what? Scroll down so I can see the rest of it.
Yeah, I thought this was about dimensions. The 8th dimensional space that must be searched for life. And...
yeah, show me the synopsis, yeah.
No, I forget. I'll move on from the night vision cameras, how they work. Oh, here we go. So,
wow,
how many minutes long was that?
Through Super Chat at Shogun.
Thanks, mate.
I'll give you more, but I don't get paid till Tuesday, the day after my birthday.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about the money though, but it is nice to get some. Just think, if you had like 1,000 people on a live stream donate $1 each, you'd have $1,000 every time you do a live stream. That would be like world changing, wouldn't it? It would change your whole life. It means you'd be able to tell the government to piss off, that put controls on you.
Oh,
in
you
fact,
swore. You swore.
Yeah, I swore, but I didn't use the F word, did I?
No, but Shogun, he's right. I have used the F-bomb once tonight, so I'm proud of myself.
Yeah.
Like I said,
yeah,
I
didn't say all swearing is bad. You have to swear, but not you let say bloody and hell and all that sort of stuff. That's not too
bloody
bad. It's just
a swear word.
And to Americans it is. To the Americans it is.
Oh my god, that is not a swear word. Like his body was bloody filled with. You know what I mean? That's kindergarten stuff, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot what I was saying now. What was I going to say? There was something I was meant to say, but now I've forgotten. Totally out of my head now. Talking about swearing. Oh, you've been listening the whole time. Only one F-bomb. Yeah, that's amazing for me. Yeah. What was I going to say? Isn't it bad when you're getting older and your memory starts going on you?
Yep. That's why I keep seeing work. Like I work with a lot of systems and all the rest of it. The amount of notepads that I keep is phenomenal. However, they're not even sensical. Like when I'm doing whatever I'm doing, I write my notes.
Well, whenever I find a fix for something, I write a little text file with it and stick it into a folder.
Yeah,
with the files or whatever code I wrote. I wrote a little text file saying how I fixed something. Because often it comes up a year later or 2 years later and you think, oh shit, what did I do to fix that problem? I remember fixing it, but what did I do? So you go and search for your folders and try and find one, fix a video glitch, blah blah, or whatever. I see that that Crackle thing took out Steve Campion's show, the last live stream, and they still haven't been listening to me. They don't pay any respect to my knowledge at all. So I gave him a link on his post and said, look, if you want to fix that crackling for good, you do it on your machine, and you get the person that's connecting to you do it on their machine, and you never get the crackle again. It's a Microsoft intermittent bug, and it's when your CPU cores get too busy. If they ever peak at the wrong time when you're doing audio chat or whatever, it'll forever crackle until you reboot your computer. And sometimes that won't fix it, especially if some background task is always kicking in that you're not aware of, that's peaking your CPU up, and it causes it to happen again. But yeah, whether they listen to me and fix the problem, I don't know. We have to see. But yeah, all these people think I'm a complete moron for some reason. You know, they don't trust that I've actually got qualifications and did some really complicated shit in my life, and got paid pretty well for it as well. Because now I'm sick at home with the parents, they think that I'm a goof-on loser. I'm just down and out on my luck, and gone through all my savings and lost everything. You know, I think at the time where I went to bed without anything to eat the whole day, and it's very hard. I don't know if you ever tried to sleep when you're hungry, but it's really hard. So you end up eating anything, really. I think I had a tin of some horrible peas or something. Not peas, beans. Some sort of, not red kidney beans, but some other lentils or something. It was just absolutely disgusting, but I still ate a few mouthfuls of that because that's all I had, and able just about to fall asleep. So yeah, when you lose your world, when you lose your job and lose all your savings and living off credit card, or trying to prevent yourself going out on the street, food and all that comes last on the list. And unless you've experienced that, you don't really appreciate it. And I think this trucker protest in New York could do that to a lot of people. It could, you know, if those food supplies got in there, they'd have to bypass all the truckers and fly in by army and stuff like that. So you could imagine the chaos. Yeah, you've heard of the truckers for Trump. They're protesting about all the crazy lawsuits against Trump, which is just absolutely ridiculous. And I think that's good. Yeah, I think that's good on them.
Many are truckers protesting the fact that the WEF and all the rest of it are trying to impose across Europe.
You got to remember, truckers need, you know, truckers don't need electricity; they need fuel.
Donated £2 through Super Chat. Every penny counts. Hey.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks a lot, mate. Yeah. So when I lost my job in Australia, I had to try and use my computer at home for extra money. So I set up various websites and ideas, and I was making a wee bit of money that way. But because you can't live on the welfare. The welfare money over in Australia was just enough just to cover the rent. No food, no power, no internet. So you had to use your skills to try and get money. But because internet money is always irregular, it's not like constantly coming in all the time. And this is the days before streaming and YouTube and all that, of course. A lot of people started YouTube channels to make money to get off the street. Lionscrown was one, apparently. He was living with a female that kicked him out of the flat and said, go away. So he went and sat on a bench with his laptop. I suppose he had power somehow, fully charged, and he set up a YouTube channel and did a yoga or something, meditation video, and he got millions of views on it. Which back in the early days of YouTube paid a lot of money when you got millions of views. You got something like $1,000 cash quite easily. Yeah. If not $10,000 of cash.
There was no woke crap involved in it.
Yeah, but unfortunately you normally have to wait to the start of the next month if it's reached over $100. So depending if it was the end of the month and he got kicked out, he would have had to wait a few days anyway before, or a week before the first payout come. which normally goes to your bank account, but back in those days it probably went to PayPal, maybe, and you could take it out. But yeah, directly to your bank account, then you can take it out with an ATM card, right? But anyway, he made enough money on his first video, which was very lucky of him, to be able to get a bond and rent a place. And buy food, of course. So yeah, did pretty well. Me, I didn't have that technology of the live streaming and channels and all that. I had to create websites and offer surface. And back in those days, we had all these people trying to promote marketing, multi-level marketing things. They're looking for people to join them. And so I set up like an advertising portal where they could do that sort of stuff. So I made a bit of money off them doing that sort of stuff. But yeah. It was complicated life anyway. It's been a strange thing. I had lots of strange things happen to me, especially in Australia. Something that you'd only well, put it this way, it's like stuff you'd only see on horror movies. I sort of ended up in situations like that.
One of my cousins moved over there for well, he was apparently going to stay over there, but he lasted 2 years, then he came back, and he was like, everyone wants to kill you over there.
I didn't find that a problem, but I did have a crazy cousin. I didn't realise how unstable he was, and of course I went over there with hardly any money to go and live there permanently, which didn't happen because I could never get a full-time permanent job. I could only do contracting, which was good money, but you had to save and work and save. And then when that contract ended, you had to live off the money, right? But the banks wouldn't give you a loan to buy a house on contract, so you need a full-time job over there. And that never happened. And also, if you had a evil boss, which I did, put the boot in, a lot of those contracts were like word of mouth and through recruitments, and if recruitments got bad press, which was false press, like they do to Donald Trump. So I can. That's probably why I like Donald Trump so much. All the shit he's getting thrown at him, which is a lot of false stuff, happened to me.
He was been the best president I've had in decades, by the way. Everybody hates him, but he's done nothing but amazing stuff for America, and that's why they hate him. See, when you look at the establishment, everybody hates him because they're all guilty fucking. They're all
sleazeballs. I saw a lot of sleazeballs. Yeah, I saw a lot of sleazeballs in Australia industry, and it made me sick. And yeah, it's because of my radical nature that I protested on certain things in the work environment that got me in trouble. But yeah, this boss had it in for me. But yeah, I just feel sorry for Trump, all the stupid lawsuits, you know. That one on his properties is just ridiculous, you know. He gets loaned from a bank and undervalues something.
Michael King donated £3 through Super Chat.
No, you don't have to do that, Michael. I know you're short in cash. No, thanks anyway. You know, I should do a political channel. I'd probably have people throwing lots of money at me because I'd be speaking my mind about all the shit in America. And that's from a perspective of someone actually living outside America looking in. Because normally all the talking heads are the people living in America, and they think you have to live in America to be able to understand how America's working. You don't. You understand it better living outside of America than you do living in, because even people inside, as you know, don't even know anything outside their own worldview, you know. Well, where's New Zealand? Isn't that part of Alaska? I don't know. Oh no, it's part of Holland, isn't it? You know, Americans don't know shit.
But whatever happens in America has a direct effect on
everything else. Yep.
Yeah. I'd maybe say Russia, the BRICS Confederation are pretty protected. They have isolated themselves for all this crap, and they're very, very clever to do that.
And you got a lot of immigrants causing lots of trouble over there, and you're not allowed to talk about it though.
No, the BRIC nations don't have immigration problems. Only we do. You know how the BRICS are. All those nations do not have immigration issues. They are very strict about it. It's us that's got the problem that's been destroyed right in front of our faces.
I have nothing wrong with immigration if it's done properly, right? When we migrated to New Zealand, it was done properly. We didn't simply just get on board a banana boat and swim over and come in illegally. And the same thing should be happening in UK and America. It should be done because you don't know who you're letting into the country. You know, you've had so many murderous people into your country. It's just crazy.
It's on purpose. And apparently, I've seen lots and lots of stuff about where they get all this currency, mobile phones when they arrive, and they're told to lay low.
Oh, trafficking, you mean? Trafficking and drugs.
No, not drugs. They're set there to cause chaos at a certain time. They're planned. Everybody's talking about it. It's not even just us. They're talking about it in Congress as well. Like, it's so blatantly in your face now. They're just pushing harder and harder and harder. See all this negative stuff they're pushing from every angle constantly because something's going to give.
But the funny thing is, Trump's getting more popular the more they try and do to him because people can relate to him. Because it's funny how the liberals don't see if they can do that to Trump, then the tables can be turned onto them, and that's going to happen. That's going to happen.
They've got plenty of stuff up their sleeve. You know what's going to happen? There's either going to be the whole thing's going to be a scam again. I don't think they'll go for that. There'll be some sort of event that will cause the election to be called off. There'll be something that's going to happen, a new disease, a new something before the election. And it's they're doing it right in front of your face because they know that everybody's too lazy to get in about it. Everybody's relying on other people, and I'm the same. Like, you're hoping there's all these good people out there that are going to do something about it. No, nobody's going to do anything about it. Nobody.
Yeah. The thing with Trump, though, he was never a politician anyway, and he might be slightly now with all the shit he's put up with. He may be learning very quickly how to be a politician. But he's a businessman, and that's why he was a wild card, and he went against all what all the eggheads were saying. No, don't do tariffs, don't do this, and it all worked perfectly. So exactly how he said it.
He destroyed ISIS within 2 years. He destroyed them, and now all of a sudden they're kind of coming back. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's like
that pullout that Biden did. That Biden pullout where a lot of Americans got killed, and that was just absolutely. That should have been an election. That should have been like an impeachment right there. You know, after a couple of months in power, he should have been gone. You know.
This is the sad truth that everybody's starting to notice now, right? Do you know that, see, for countries to start causing chaos in other countries, not even war, right? Like, war is obviously the worst one, but just causing chaos. And they usually had to get the approval of government and the public, especially the public. You know, notice now that they don't even bother with that now. It's just, we're going to do what we want to do, and you're not going to do anything about it. Just, we don't do anything about it. There's no outcry.
Yeah, we should probably really do another channel for live streaming politics, really, shouldn't we? But you can see how it's woven in on Twitter in a big way, and inside ufology. A lot of ufology Trump haters, and I just think they're just mad. They've been listening to the echo chamber too much, you know.
Yeah, they are mad. They've got to be mad. Honestly, I don't see how anybody with an ounce of common sense can think that Trump was bad. I mean, he is an asshole, as in the way he acts.
He's a tough business. He's a tough business man. You know, he's gonna be an asshole to deal with.
Yeah, and he's a womanizer. He likes his women. Fair enough. But he was absolutely phenomenal for the country. Everything was booming Do you know what I mean? In America, he started fucking taxing the fuck out of China for all their imports because they were giving them leeway, bringing everything back to their own country. Everything was booming, building the wall, and try to stoke the crap that's happening.
In fact, when Trump was in power, I noticed the Chinese were very sweet on AliExpress to me after that point. now they're turning more nasty again. But yeah, their personality changed. They had to change their how they communicate. They had to learn English or use translate their language to ours better and all that sort of stuff. The whole thing changed with Trump on AliExpress. I noticed it. How they didn't want to lose the customer. They really, really needed your customer. And if you had a problem, then they'd certainly sort it out for you. The whole thing changed with Trump. I noticed it. That's the influence.
Did you watch the oh my god, I forgot his name now. The Russian leader.
Putin, yeah.
Putin with...
Yeah, I watched some of it with Tucker, yeah.
I'd get this, unless he's an absolute phenomenal genius, because he gave a rendition of the entire history of his nation for 2 hours. Well, no, it wasn't 2 hours, it was like an hour, 45 minutes to an hour with the history, and then answered a bazillion questions, went into extraordinary detail, and was like, China aren't bad, Russia aren't bad. They tried to join the UN and they get refused. They're trying to promote peace. It's the West that are promoting war and blah blah blah. And you're like, then they're saying that's why we created BRICS. We want peace and harmony with everybody. We want to co-op. We want to cooperate with everybody. It's the West.
Yeah, that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of the interview getting the real information out to the public, where the US government were covering it up and lying about why there's war in the first place. And then blowing up the pipeline. And they got this climate agenda nonsense, and that pipeline's causing more damage than most things, and the wars are causing more damage than most things. It's a bunch of hypocrites, double standards hypocrites, and damn corrupt liars, and it's all about money. And I don't know why these people, the liberals, don't see it. They think it's, Trump's going to be living in an outhouse and all this sort of stuff. They think it's really great. And this is why all the other Trump supporters are saying they got TDS. And one of those persons, sadly, is Mick West. And UCR Lou, he's an anti-Trumper. And you can see how he was blabbing on about Trump, and someone on the panel show of Scambian's show took him out. He said, no, that's not true. What you're saying is nonsense. And Lou shut up. So that Lou needs to be taken down a few pegs about what he's so cocky, that guy. He thinks he knows it all. The way he talked to me, he was a load of shit.
I think it's less about money. Money's not important to these people anymore. They own everything, right? And even less about power. It's about causing conflict. And they're wanting to cause people to less food, higher price, racism,
but way you're talking, they're going to be calling us Nazis. Everybody's a Nazi if you're pro-Trump, which is this is the mentality of America. They're complete nuts. Hey, look! I had neo-Nazis living out the back of me. Didn't want anything to do with them. They threatened to burn down their house with people in it. They're horrible people. Tell me, I know what a neo-Nazi's like, and I'm nothing like a neo-Nazi.
And someone says that, you don't even get any thought. That's just obviously a put down because it's the truth. Right
people are not neo-Nazis. They're just people passionate about
they
want to be able to make money and keep the money instead of having to give away all their hard work earning stuff people through taxations and other government fees.
Did you try that Gemini AI?
Yeah, that was shocking, isn't it? That's really shocking that it won't even do a white couple. It's always got to be mixed couples. But
Yeah.
You know,
I tried it myself.
that's their agenda, though. I have nothing against mixed couples or blacks or Asians. In fact, I like Asians. Most of them pretty cool and pretty smart guys. We used to have a lot of homestays, so you know, we've had all sorts of people in our house. Swiss, we had a Swiss homestay. We had Japanese. We've had South Korean, and so we've sort of got these people that are still friends. Apart from the Swiss guy, he was pretty old, and he died of a heart attack a couple of years ago, sadly. But yeah, he used to come and visit us every couple of years for a trip over to New Zealand. Loved New Zealand. But yeah, he worked in computer industry, working on hardware encryption for hard drives for banks and stuff. So he was getting paid big bucks. So yeah, he was working on cutting edge stuff. And when he was talking to me about this encryption years ago, you know, when it was less known about encryption, I said, "Oh yeah, I studied that at university." So and so. He said, "Bloody hell, I never thought you'd known about all that." So I surprised even him what I knew about encryption and what we had to do by hand, and as a test of knowing about encryption and computer science. So yeah, I used to like that sort of stuff, though. I used to try to break puzzles and things. But yeah, doing it by hand is pretty tricky, because you can make mistakes rather than creating it in code and letting the code sift through each character or whatever. But yeah, I think he was working for IBM in Switzerland for doing bank encryption for hard drives, I think it was.
I have a funny story, by the way. Well, it's not really about IBM, but IBM's involved in it. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah.
Sound really
yeah, we've sort of gone off our trail on UFOs and aliens. Yeah.
No, it's actually bullshit. The more I'm putting it through my head.
Yeah, the thing is with politics, I'm not left or right, but I just see when someone's being abused, right? I see Trump being abused all the time, and lies about him just ridiculous, you know. The stuff that people keep repeating from the echo chamber is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And this woman claiming rape, they don't tell you that she did the same claims to previous people. Claiming rape and used to fantasize about rape, you know. And then she's getting 250 million because the jury in New York decided, yeah, something happened to her, she deserves some money, even though there's no evidence of it. To me, that's just absolutely ridiculous nonsense, and it should have been thrown out by the judge even before it got that far. That wouldn't happen in New Zealand. I don't think that would happen in New Zealand, but who knows? America's corrupting New Zealand slowly. We're sort of getting the wokeness. All our TV ads all got to have an Asian, Maori, a white person, and maybe a gay person, even on ads nowadays. Pretty much every ad's got to have that sort of combination. It's just crazy. New Zealand's probably the least racist place, really, but everyone's getting sick of all the handouts to the Maoris. Maoris are always complaining they want more and more and more, but everybody's in the same boat in New Zealand. Everybody needs money, everybody needs help. Why should there be special cases all the time? Everybody should be treated equally. So the system makes people radicals, makes them racist, makes them hate people, right? The system develops it. You know, if you say you're going for some money assistance to go to university, say in New Zealand, the Maoris had special allowances where they got extra money, and they also got extra positions put in place so they could do those courses. Yet you probably worked hard, saved up, didn't quite have the right amount of money, or you know, the Mary Iwi behind your name, and you're last on the list, and you miss out on that course, and you have to go and do it next year. So this is how resentment and hate develops, right? Because people are not treated equally, and it's gone too far one way. But yeah, we're not allowed to talk about that stuff, you know, because you'd be classed the R word and all that sort of stuff, which is nonsense.
Totally agree.
It's nothing about skin color. It isn't. It's nothing about skin color. It's all about fairness. And yeah, like we got a new government in place now that might be making my life very hard, but I don't know, maybe because I'm in the 50 plus bracket now, but they're bringing in new rules on welfare now. So instead of focusing on wasting money to all these other Maori programs out there, which they're probably going to do as well, probably, this new government, they're going to take money away from those that don't do as they're told on welfare. Like they're bringing in these new training programs, but they're not really training programs. Like they might send you off to work for a community group like plant trees or man the cash counter for Salvation Army or whatever, and that's, you got to do it for 3 months. So I had to suffer that in Australia. Would you believe? I was keeping 3 people on the dole every day because I was earning that much money over there. And when I lose my contract and end up asking for welfare because I was entitled to it, they only paid me like $200 a week to live on, and they resented that much even. But if you live in Australia, you got 3 times that amount of money because the cost of living is meant to be higher there. Of course, what happens is they don't spend it on food, rent, and all that down there. But you could have lived in luxury in Brisbane on that same amount of money in welfare. So even per state, it wasn't fair. But yeah. The amount of shit I got in Australia when I lost my job. And they had me, within 3 weeks, I had to go and do all these courses. I had to get my CV update. Hang on, but I was just doing this contracting job on $40 an hour 3 weeks ago, and you want me to go and do a course about updating my CV? You think I don't know how to get a job? And of course 9/11 hit not soon after, I think it was, and everything changed. All the job market changed. People started coming back home to Australia from UK and America, and of course they started getting all the jobs over people like me that were classed as foreigners, you know, New Zealanders. So yeah, they look after their own first in Australia. They've got a different mental idea over there, but in New Zealand they seem to want to pick anyone that's got worked overseas first, opposed to anyone local. And
in the UK, it's the same as America as well. All the foreigners are getting way more benefits, and that's for a reason. It's to cause conflict, to make you hate them, and that's all it is. It's obvious. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know why we can't all live together and be treated equally. You know, we don't have to have all this stuff rammed down our throats all the time.
And the thing is, though, it's not families that are being,
you know, I didn't even know what racist stuff was until way later in my adulthood. Then I realised
influx of immigration is artificial, because it's not families and children, it's young men. It's 99% young men. It's people that are going to cause a lot of fucking problems later down the line. Trust me.
Yeah, there's a lot of criminal aspects in immigration with America and UK at the moment.
Yeah, and it's totally ignored. They just let everybody in, and they're all crazy. And I'm telling you, watch this space. Bad things are going to happen.
Yeah, I think if Trump gets in, it's going to be a right hoot, as I call it in America. I can't wait, really. I'm just going to be laughing my head off every day of all the stupid people going nuts on Twitter and stuff. It's just going to be so funny. But
I think most
hopefully,
of the world is
I really hope he
actually
gets in, and they can't rig it. They're trying their best to rig it so he can't get in with the lawsuits and stuff. Hopefully they're not going to win. And
do you know what annoys me though? I keep thinking, right, see, even if he does get in, excellent, right? He's going to make a difference. But see, after 4 years, he can't run again. It's game over after that.
The thing is, he needed the 8 years because the 4 years he just got it into place, and then Biden come in and started writing left, right, and centre to cancel all the pipeline deals and all that sort of stuff he had going. For this green incentive where you need to dig up mountains of dirt and get lithium out of the ground to build batteries for all the electric cars, and that's all in China and Afghanistan. You can see how corruption is deep in the deep end with climate change and the green energy idea over there. Trump was also working towards transferring to green, but he knows it's going to take a while for us to become off oil. It's going to take many years still to become off oil because
when you say over there, it's not over there. It's over there. It's here. It's in your area. It's in Australia. It's everywhere apart from the BRICS nations.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
game
sad.
Over. Honestly, it's game over. It's nothing's going to change. There's no effort from the public are too complacent and too stupid. There's not enough of us. I
think the Generation M have been influenced so much by the system now. It makes you a bit scary of what's in their heads, because I look at my sister's kids and I think, what are they doing? They don't even know where they're heading in life. They're not studying the right topics. They're not making a difference. One is just sitting at home, all the time. And he's got all that technology, and he likes art, but he's not. I keep telling him he needs to go and find some game developers and actually be an artist for them and make all the art for the games. You'll be a millionaire. He needs to have. He needs some go. He's got no go. He's like his father. My sister's ex. He had no go. Just wanted to stay at home, do nothing, and gamble. Pretty much. That's all he did. He got a job at the TAB, which is like horse betting, taking in people's cash and giving them tickets and stuff. So he got a part-time job there, and he loved that because he could bet on the horses and watch the horses win and lose. But it's only part-time. It wasn't like a full-time job. It's part-time. So he could supplement his income and keep the government off his back because he was doing part-time work. So they see that as a positive thing towards full-time work. So they stay off the back. But eventually, I think he fell off. Well, he claimed he fell down a concrete slab and hurt his back. And he couldn't function very well, so he got the doctor to put him on sickness benefit after that point, and the doctor wasn't going to do it, and I think he play acted. He was walking down the hallway and fell over and couldn't get up, and he was going oh. So eventually the doctor signed the medical form, and the rest is history. So once you're on the sickness benefit, pretty much they left you alone, because a lot of those people that got on there had mental problems, right? Depression and stuff like this. Doesn't mean you can't work if you got depression, though, does it? But a lot of them are on the welfare that way.
I work full time, but see, when I talk to people that are on benefits, some of them earn more than me, especially when you take into consideration that they get all the benefits.
Yep. Especially if you're a female with children.
You know what I mean?
And the man splits and he's working and he's got to pay extra money too towards them, so they're getting the benefit as well as his earnings towards the kids. My sister's new man's like that. He had kissed to this German immigrant in New Zealand, and he was paying her. He was earning like 40,000, and he has to pay her 200 per child, something ridiculous, every month or something. And she was just using that money for her own expenses and living, where it's meant to actually go to the children, you know, for clothing, school, and food and all that. So yeah, I think that's coming to the end now, because once the children get to a certain age, I think it might be 16 in New Zealand, he has to stop. He can stop paying. He can stop paying them, because now they're adults and they can start earning their own money. So she will have to find some other income to bludge off this German.
I hate that. A lot of these people, women are horrible, where they just have kids.
So it's not like I haven't worked all my life. I've paid it forward in taxes, right? So now I've got bad eyes and been out of work because the boss made it really impossible for me to carry on in my computer field, because basically I got no references, no current references, no recommendations, and that's what these recruitments want. They won't put you into a job. And of course, age against you. Once you get over, I was like 36 then, and now I'm 50. So I've been tried for so long to get back into a job in the computer industry in New Zealand, even though I had so many skills. The companies didn't want people like me. They wanted someone straight out of university they could train up their way, rather than taking an older person that's sort of got their own sort of knowledge, right? That can. I think they're more scared of their own jobs, a lot of the managers, you know.
Yeah, back in the day when I got into IT, it was all about the interview. It was regardless. You could have good references, but that didn't mean that you could be a good problem solver. So you usually do a couple of tests, a couple of IT tests at the time that were kind of difficult or whatever, and that's how I get into IT. Do you know what I mean? Because I'd already been building.
Yeah, all my interviews have been pretty good.
But see, my systems interview was hilarious, right? Because I was going from like general tech support, right, to a systems engineer. So it was all about maintaining the domain and all the rest of it. This was like 15 years ago, right? And what I'd done, because it wasn't in person, it was via conference unit, right? We had this big room and the cameras was pointing a certain way. So I printed out all these big, massive A3 sheets with all these questions and answers that I could find on the internet, and put them on the chairs facing me, so that the people in the conference room couldn't see it. And they didn't ask one of the questions that I'd printed out, but I still got the job.
Yeah, I think Shogun means cash there. Big for cash, not chats. But yeah, I suppose my channel, I'm begging for chatters. But yeah, the computer industry is really cutthroat, isn't it? The bosses that a lot of them are incompetent and not up with the technology, right? And they fear for their own jobs. So when they bring someone new and that's worked overseas or worked on newer projects, they fear that you're going to go for their position in that company. Yeah.
There's only three things that are really involved in being a kind of engineer these days, and that is either on-prem vSphere virtualization, cloud, or a hybrid technology of that. You know, your backups and all the rest of it, and Azure. See those?
But all that's changing. It changes every couple of years. Something new comes along.
Azure's the latest one, because they do all their own backups and maintenance and all the rest of it. But I hate Azure. I prefer on-prem because you've got direct control over it. But yeah, so it's Azure, on-prem, and cloud-based technologies. That's what IT is all about these days. You know what I mean? That's the three main things you need to know.
I think at the moment it's more towards AI development, isn't it? Integrating it into databases and making it easier for people to get information they're after.
Not for call centers, definitely not. I work for the biggest one, and we don't use AI.
I think you'll find that'll be the next. That's going to be the next big thing, though. wait and see. It'll be something you have to learn, or it'll be someone will develop something that everybody buys, like a gaming engine, but it'll be an AI engine, right?
Oh yeah. But I work for a call center industry, so they have no real use for AI. It's just scripts. Everything's scripted. Yeah, AI doesn't benefit us at all at the moment.
Looks like we're might have to wrap up soon. I was going to talk about this other stuff. Yeah, I was going to go through more of the alien.
I'll be honest.
Yeah, but I might have to leave it for another time. Let's just see what we've got here. This is always happens with Mike. He always goes down the political side of things. And that's the current system at the moment. Is people like to be, they put themselves in little boxes. I like to be in the middle and not pick a side, but what makes more sense to me, right? Although I can see there's benefits in people being taxed and paying forward to support those that are less fortunate. Hopefully they will see the same and also eventually get back on their feet and pay forward by getting jobs and working and paying it back. So if you haven't been doing that before you got sick or whatever, then really I can see why some people see that as a problem on welfare, that there's always people that's always been on welfare and never actually added into the system, never paid forward in the system. But what can you do? I suppose you gotta, that would be like a small percentage of people, or it should be. As your system starts collapsing, you have more people taken out than putting in. Yeah, that's the other thing that I didn't understand in America is the crazy health system over there. There's no reason why it couldn't be like the Australian system, where it's done through the tax system, where some of the money of the tax is set aside just for on the healthcare side of things. And you get all your prescriptions and all that free, it can be built into the system that way. But I suppose it's really hard to transfer from one health system to another where it's fair for everybody, because there's people that in America that have been paying into big insurance schemes and stuff, and suddenly it's going to change where they don't have to do that anymore and everybody gets paid out the same. They think that's not unfair that they paid into it. Same with the education system. A lot of people saved up and paid their own education through university. If they change the education system over there, then it's going to be a lot of unhappy people. Yeah, I was just saying that life is about balance, and me, I like to be down the middle road. I'm not left or right voter. In fact, I haven't voted left. I haven't voted left or right in my own country for 20 odd years. I always go for the minor parties that can make a difference, and that's really
paradigm of left and right is pathetic. Why is it left and right? Why is it two parties? Why is it 25 parties? Why is it
should be down the middle, and everyone should be bit left and bit right. So they should work, pay forward, right? They should always be that driven to be rich, That's where being rich, and then you get taxed on it and all that. But also, if they get sick and then they go bankrupt, then they're back on welfare, then they should get some of their tax money back to support them until they get back on their feet again. But I was just saying while you're away that some people are on welfare from the day dot and never pay into the system, and that's the people that upsets all those that are working hard, because these little bludgers just getting it all for nothing.
I would get nothing. See, if I need something, I'd get nothing, whereas an immigrant would get everything.
Yeah, so I hear, and that would really annoy a lot of people like yourself.
On purpose. It's again to cause friction and division.
Yeah.
It's on purpose.
Yeah.
That's just the bullshit these days. See, I can't even watch the news without just seeing a bunch of idiots talking pure pish. Do you know what I mean? It's just like I can just see through it now. It's so obvious.
Yeah. Yeah, well, come to New Zealand. There's less problems here at the moment. So,
God, if I was going to go anywhere, I'd probably go to Russia.
Yeah, well, Tucker did a thing. I'm not sure if it was posted around, but he did a thing where he went shopping in Russia for what he normally gets, and he compared it to what he bought in America, and it was like $140 US difference cheaper to buy food in Russia.
Yeah, and they've got so many sanctions against them as well. And is it making a difference? Is it not? I was going to say a swear word there. No, it's not. If anything, they're thriving. So without those sanctions, they would be even better. It's like it's just all fucking. It's all show. It's a big fucking theatre.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The whole system's making people feel hatred to others, right? The system's doing it, and you're saying it's deliberate. And people lose their minds over all this stuff, you know? It's one side versus the other. The haves versus the have-nots.
Gives them more excuses to call in more powers. Oh, we need to quell all this disruption.
See, I don't know why NATO can't be scrapped and replaced by a better system. Why can't there be like a world police, right?
No, that's a bad idea.
No, but not the way I'm going to say how it's formed. Where all countries join this world police thing, they fund it. So if one country attacks another country, the world police goes there and stops it going any further, right? So if Russia attacks Ukraine, world police go to Ukraine, wipes out the Russian army if they don't cease and behave themselves. Well, any country, Iran. So Iran is saying if Iran attacks Israel, world police goes to Iran and puts a stop to it. I don't know why the world can't. Why can't the world work that way? You know, I'm not talking about dictatorship where you control the people. The world police works for the people to keep peace and harmony.
That relies on the fact that there's never going to be bad people out there that are going to
That's the thing with Putin. He did actually go into another country and it's looking like another land grab, you know. But that's been happening for over hundreds or thousands of years, where if you ever watch the video of how Russia landmass kept expanding and shrinking with all the different wars, right? Ukraine and all that growing and then shrinking.
Let me explain the world government thing, right? Just to explain it in a kind of a chess terms, right? The world government would be an amazing thing. It'd be like Star Trek, whatever, but that relies on the fact that there's not going to be bad people out there who are going to try and corrupt it, right? And that's always going to be the case.
Yeah.
So the thing is, right? Yeah, it sounds great, but if they can corrupt the majority of that world government, 50-odd%, then they can do bad things, right? If at least every nation is sovereign and in their own right, there's always a chance for rebellion, regardless of whether it gets down to 10%,
but
90%.
Would it be a way to control that though? Like if you had a Dr. Evil in the world police, then the people should be able to put a stop to that guy straight away and say, no, he's out, he can never be back in that organisation.
People who work for in positions of power need to be vetted thoroughly and on a regular basis, like monthly, who they're working with, who they're getting their money for, their funds are on. But you need to rely on some sort of agency to take care of that. And is that agency compromised? You don't know. Who's going to monitor the agency that's monitoring the politicians, and then it goes up and up and up and up and up. People need to just be more self-aware and realise, don't be indoctrinated. Do not believe always investigate. Like, they need to be taught to be like that, rather than.
I think in the future it's going to be a lot worse if humans can't live together. So what's going to happen in the future? There's going to be a space race, right, to colonize other planets in the solar system and then further afield. So China will be there grabbing up all the asteroids with all the gold or whatever. H3 is it, or helium-3, whatever it's called, for fusion reactors. They'll probably get fusion reactors working 2050 or whatever. So there'll be a race out there to grab the materials from space, the asteroid belts and all that, and there'll be all this. There'll be another like a war over resources, China fighting USA versus Russia. See, if humans can't get and Iran will probably have a space race then as well. They'll probably be in space. India will be there as well. You can just imagine it's going to be crazy in the future.
I think the most simplest thing that's going to happen, right, before that kind of stuff, is control of information, right? Everybody's more reliant on their devices, the internet. Most fucking young people these days without the internet would be dying. Oh my god, right? They rely on the internet for information, right? It's all about controlling the narrative and the flow of information. What's going to happen is people are going to just be subjugated into whatever they want us to do. Space travel, that's not for us. You know what I mean? That's for other better people. The masses are just going to get swayed, and it's all about control information. It's like just controlling what people think about, and it's easier than ever. No, easier than ever.
What's other people out there thinking in the airwaves there? Everyone's really quiet. They probably think Scottish people are evil. And that's you Nazi, you Scottish Nazi. I think you just live in life and feeling.
I'm just no stupid. I see right through the bullshit and see at the heart what's going on.
Call a spade, just like Trump. So that's you've got the same personality as Trump. He calls a spade, and I call a spade. So that's probably why we like Trump, because we can see we don't take any bullshit, and he doesn't take any bullshit. He's our kind of man, Where Biden, we see it like a weak, fragile, mental guy. Right?
I would even say it's beyond bullshit, and it's beyond like conspiracy theory now. It's in your face. They're blatantly even just showing you what they're doing.
Yeah. Like the TV news is always. Yeah, the TV news is always CNN, always anti-Trump, and it's all full of lies and errors, and it's sickening.
I remember used to try and hide the fact that they were, having bad intentions. No, it's just pure. Yeah, we don't care. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, everybody raise their hands if they think Epstein killed himself. That's type 1 in the side chat if you think Epstein killed himself. Come on, is there any people out there actually believes the narrative on that one? I would have to say 2 no and 1. So 2 no. Is it going to post them all? I can't see them all. Have we got one that dropped off? I think there might be a maximum limit. I don't know. Does Rumble kick you off after a while? Let's have a look. I don't know. Yeah. Let's see.
I used to hate Twitter. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Looks like Rumble may have died there. I think Pilled is still going. I think that's free speech there, even if you hit some topics. Yeah, that's still going. Rumble, I think it might only be 4-hour streams and it ends. I think Rumble's gone, isn't it? Let's see. It looks like Rumble may have died. I don't know, it's still there. Whether it saves it, I don't know. I think there's a limit to how many hours it is. It's either 4 or 6 or something. Let me just... So, what are we saying on the side chat here? Warmongers. Warmongers.
Mongrels.
Warmongers.
Mongrels.
Let me just see if this is working here on Rumble. Test. It's not popping up, is it? Wonder what's happened there. I suppose we should really wrap up anyway, and we can carry on with the other stuff I was going to do another weekend. But yeah, it's always good to have a rant about what's going on around you and have a little bitch about it all. I know topics should be left off the table, but really politics is well and truly in ufology and corrupting ufology, right? That's corrupting ufology. Yeah.
I'm off.
They kind of think, they kind of think that Kirkpatrick is lying, but really, I think it's what's going on is way above his pay grade still. You know, people don't understand. You know, you might be able to set up all these government committees, but yeah, if there's like a secret section that not even the president knows about it, an operation that Eisenhower set up many years ago, and it's sort of self renewing and funding, right? If you got a lot of elite people in that little group of elites there running the show outside the government's reach, they wouldn't know about it. So they might have retrieved aliens, they might have retrieved UFOs, so you're not going to find out about it. Yeah, it's really interesting. This shows you how ingrained USA is to you in UK and us in New Zealand and Australia. Big influence on ufology, politics, whether the price of petrol is cheaper than it used to be and it's more expensive now. Price of food has gone up, even in New Zealand, because now it's got to be transported in. Everything's related. And when you get Americans saying, oh, you're in New Zealand, there's nothing to do with you, it has plenty to do with us. And we want to want America to pick a stable person that can keep world peace at least and not start a third world war, which is currently looking more and more like it all the time. And they're trying to brainwash people to accept that war should be funded and maybe start a fight with Iran. What were they saying about Iran lately?
But just bear in mind, the BRIC nations are doing perfect, so they are separate from us. We're only going through this because we're part of this collaboration of corruption. Do you know what I mean? And we're not going to get out of it. It's just a fact. We're not going to get out of it unless we start like fucking pulling politicians into the streets and dealing with them like in the LA French times. I'm not going to say what it is, but if we started doing that, things would change overnight. But until we do that, nothing will change, and that's the end of it. We are screwed.
Let's see what the chat started. It might be just the add-on. Didn't seem to reload. Let me just click off that. Yeah, probably have to wrap up now anyway, but just want to check this. Anyway.
Give me a shout. I'm off Wednesday, Thursday, so I'll be available Tuesday, Wednesday night. If you're going live, if you're getting to talk, give me a shout.
I normally try and keep it to the start of Friday or the weekend, because that's when most people are around, right, to jump on. Not many people want to talk on live shows, you know. Well, especially if I do a late night show, then you could jump on, right? Because it'd be morning, it'd be nice for you guys. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on, but I think Rumble has stopped. Maybe I've been kicked off there.
Wrap up what you said, mate. I'll catch you another day.
Yeah,
I'll get my Discord set back up and give me a ping on that.
I think I've done the hours there or something. I think this might be 4 hours. How long have we been going for?
YouTube says 3 hours, but YouTube says 3 hours, but it could flip. Hold on, I'm going to...
Yeah, probably we got biffed off because they're a topic, probably. I don't know. Maybe it's still doing it.
Yeah, it says
But
3 hours on the stream. So.
But the chat thing's disappeared off the stream for some reason. Kind of weird. Yeah.
Anyway, I've enjoyed this. It was pretty good.
It's always good to have a rant about things and bitch about things.
Yeah, it was quite a wide variety of topics, definitely.
Oh, yeah. We're trying to be a bit more positive here, but we ended up talking about politics, which is a really big negative. Yeah, looks like Rumble, something happened there. Doesn't matter. Pilled is still going. Pilled and YouTube. Pilled is really looking
I don't see
quite
any
nice.
comments. Should I see the comments? I don't see any.
Rumble, no, Rumble seems to have stopped for some reason, for the looks of it.
Nah,
For the
but
chat
even Pilled, I just see me and Shogun and you talking all night.
Yeah, no, this is combined here on the side up here. This is all combined. So if it's a YouTube icon, that's YouTube, and a red tick, which should actually be a pilled. I think he's got the wrong icon. Doesn't really matter though. Is pilled, so that's going to pilled. But yeah, it's just us three talking. But yeah, I suppose it's time to wrap up. People are not interested in what we've got to say here, and like I said, the team related, right? They're not in the middle. They're either a left or a right team, and they can't accept anything bad or the obvious being pointed out to them, and they go crazy, especially on Twitter, right? It's like Donald Trump's niece. She's so anti-Trump for some reason. She's meant to be like a qualified PhD psychiatrist, right? Shrink, yeah. Yeah, she's got the TDS as well, really badly. But I can see how these people on politics in America seem to take sides, right? And they seem to buy all the books, and they're basically being taken for gullible people, just like the grifters do in ufology, right?
Yeah, but the whole point of government is to accept. Eventually, when the people vote, you accept the fact that he's the president, and then you work with the president, and you might have bipartisan agreements and all the rest of it. I know more about American politics than
you think that's how they work in America. The left and right get together. Once someone's voted in, left and right get in and push forward the programs that make most sense. But at the moment, they're not making any sense with Biden because he wants to fund people outside America rather than protecting the border. And to me, it's all crazy. And then they're paying out all this money to the new immigrants instead of looking after their own people first. It's just absolutely crazy, and they don't see it that way. Maybe because the people that are causing all the hatred are probably all those illegals in the country in the first place. But you can see why he wants to bring in all the illegals. It's more voters for their party, right?
Yeah, the fact that they're allowed to vote, even though they're illegal immigrants, is insane, by the way. And they're doing it in the UK as well. And it's coming to your area soon. They can vote.
Yeah.
And again, it's the thing is, see all these agendas, right? These people are very clever. They work on multiple dimensions, as in
it's a lot of clever people out there.
See whatever they introduce, it doesn't have one effect. It has 3, 4, 5 effects. So see, even if 3 or 4 fail, at least one will succeed, right? So they always take 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. They always keep pushing their agenda, and eventually they get it. That is clever.
Yeah. We could say a lot more here, but yeah, we're probably just upset people. And I don't really want people to be upset. I just want people to see the corruption in their own eyes, but they don't see the corruption in their own eyes. They don't see all the cover-up of Biden on the money take, you know, and the laptop thing and all that was covered up before the elections and all that. And a lot of people would have voted differently if they knew about the laptop in the first place, but the FBI helped them cover it up. They can't see all this corruption going on. They think it's all the right lying and the neo-Nazis and all this sort of bullshit.
I can't remember the exact numbers, right, but I read this like 6 months ago or whatever. See the people that seen the evidence on that laptop, apparently it was horrific, right?
Yeah.
I can't remember the exact number. It's like 7 out of 80 the people. There was like 8 people that seen the evidence. 7 of them are dead, and they all died by suicide. Check that, man. That's a wild rabbit hole.
That's what you call a killery list. A killery list, hit list.
Everybody that gets involved in all this pizza stuff and all the rest of it.
And that always goes back to Epstein again. Do you think Epstein killed himself or not? Yeah. Too many things went wrong that day, which, you know, for a start, proved to me that someone can hang themselves with a paper towel. But only that, he was on his knees and he had to lean forward, so he had to put all the weight against his neck and do it physically until he passed out. So that's another thing, you know, way he had to commit suicide as possible. But would he have done that, you know? You would have to be really scared shitless to do that in the first place, I think.
Thing is,
was it easier to believe that they had some cellmate or someone was put in there with him that strangled him to death and then just simply made a paper rope around his neck onto the railings to look like he was leaning forward?
His dead body compared to him is like, it doesn't look him. Like, you don't even know if he's dead. Do you know what I mean? He worked for the Mossad. Is it Mossad? The Israeli fucking... Yeah,
I think there was a lot of corruption and links, you know. I think he was blackmailing a lot of people. That's how he got rich.
Yeah.
I think he was blackmailing Andrew as well, you know. Because remember, Andrew... Yeah, because Andrew went over to talk to Epstein, right? And someone managed to video it and leak it out. And the girl that was in question saw that footage of him talking to Epstein and was really angry about it and decided to expose him. But if he didn't go to Epstein just to make, because he obviously went there to say, I hope you're making sure none of this gets out about me doing this and this, right? Yeah. So she knew that he was there trying to make sure Epstein was making sure that she didn't speak, and it made her really angry. Was she living in Australia? Wasn't she living in Australia?
There's a picture of him and he's sweating, and he turned around on the interview and said, I don't sweat. Like, I've got this rare condition, I don't sweat.
But the thing though, a lot of females look a lot older than they do, and if they told you their age, it's not like you go and ask them for 3 IDs of you know, date of birth, you know, to prove that you are that age or not. You know, if you're drunk and meet someone at a bar and you think she's 18 or older, or in our country 16, America's different to us, and she turns out to be 15, you get done, right? She could go to the police, say rape me and all that, and your life is over, right? And it could be just an honest mistake, right? You thought maybe she was legal age, she looked like she was 20, and that happens all the time. But I could see Andrew met her when she was 15, was it? Was it 15? Meant to be 15?
No, I think she was 15, 16, I don't know. But
yeah, but 16 is legal age in UK, right? And 16 is legal age in New Zealand, but it's not in America.
Yeah.
But you can see the picture of them together. They just look like kids having fun on the photograph. So obviously he did meet her. Maybe they had sex or not. Who knows, really? Well, I think he did have sex with her. And Epstein made sure she had sex with him. So he had him on the blacklist, right? Probably told him the next day saying, oh, you realise you had sex with an underage girl, and put him in the diary for next. Make sure you pay me $1,000 a month for whatever, like a mafia, you know.
All you need to do is just see that interview that he done. Is you can just see the guilt all over his face. I can't believe
you could see he was guilty.
Like, what the fuck is it? Stuff that can
but you can see maybe he was, he may not have seen it as underage, because of the 16 age difference.
No, he knew. He is. It's not just him. See his brother. King Charles now, not Prince Charles. His best buddies with what'd you call him? Jimmy Savile. The paedophile. And the necrophile as well. He wasn't just a paedophile, he was a necrophile. Best buddies. All his family were best buddies with him. Right, come on, I'm seeing a couple of connections here.
Yeah. Well, if you know how they put all that dirt on Trump, saying, "Oh yeah, Trump's had sex with her." Well, the FBI reports come out after all those guys making accusations about it, and they said there's no evidence of Trump having sex. In fact, the girls said they didn't have sex with him, and it was quite a pleasant gentleman, totally different to what the media was claiming. All those talking heads out there are anti-Trump, making all these false claims about him having sex, and none of that was true.
Well, they've got to be anti-Trump because they know he's going to do some sort of damage to them.
He's going to really drain the swamp this time. I think he's in that 4 years and all the hassles he's had. He's learned a fair bit who to go after next.
I think he's learned who's the enemy, and the fact
if I was the president, I would want to scrap the CIA, FBI, NSA all completely and start over.
They've tried to indict him. They've tried to accuse him of X, Y, and Z. Now it's coming out that Obama was.
Yep. He's into it as well. Illegal. Yeah, he's in it as well.
Which is highly illegal, so he can now get prosecuted for that. But it's not going to happen because it's not going to happen. Trust me. Some event will happen, regardless of what it is. Something's going to happen that's going to interfere with everything. And the thing is, most of the world are kind of waking up now. They're like, we know something's going to happen, and see when it does, we're going to hopefully fucking call them out.
Yeah. Well, I think there's enough support for I think they want the right to rise up against the unfairness in a civil war. I think that's what they want to happen, really, because that's what they keep praying, saying, "Oh, they're talking about civil war." Whoa. Well, I think people are now seeing there's injustice, and that the justice system is so corrupt, and it's obviously controlled by a lot of extra money going into it from elites, right, to influence the outcomes of things. It's not based on, you could even buy the jury, right? You could certainly pay off most of the jury. It's about like the whole America is like a big mafia run thing, and they're saying that Trump was part of mafia. That he was, but when you think about it, the mafia in New York controlled all the imports, right? They controlled all the building materials. And what was Trump doing? He was building buildings and real estate. He was doing them up. So it makes sense the mafia would have leaned on Trump for extra payouts to keep the supplies going, right? So some of the sweet deals, it might be that he gave the head mafia guy a penthouse in one of his new buildings if he didn't stop the concrete pouring, on his other projects. And then, you could see that happening. It's about like the Sopranos, right? You can see that he would have mafia connections because that's what they were doing. That they controlled the rubbish, they controlled the concrete, they controlled all the imports. The corruption is well and truly within American society. Hillary Clinton, total corrupted. Why she ain't in prison, I don't know, but she should be in prison. My opinion, based on everything I've heard and seen and what she's done. And she's there gloating that he's being sued by these women and all that. And you think, when's she going to go away?
Paul,
Yeah.
see if you had 76 friends that had all committed suicide, do you think the police would investigate you?
Yeah. There was some suspicious about lots of things that she got into.
The fact that she's got 76 associates and friends that have all mysteriously committed suicide when they were going to testify.
I'd like to add that she was a lawyer, and I kept telling you, can't trust lawyers, the scum of the world.
And that's not even counting. See, when you count Bill, old Billy boy, it goes up into the hundreds. Hundreds of people have all mysteriously died when being associated with A2. And that's worth investigating.
Well, when you're talking about big money, how hard would it be for them to have people hired to do deeds for them? You see it on the movies, and you think, you see it on the movies, and you think, well, that's very possible. I could see that going down. If you got that much money, you can control anybody, right?
Yeah,
and they can do anything for you.
And plus, they're going with the agenda. So when they go with the agenda that I don't know, I'm not going to say the Illuminati, like the higher echelon want to happen, and you go along with it, you are going to be promoted and protected. Trust me, PP'd.
Yeah, it's all conspiracy, all conspiracies, yeah, right, all conspiracy-minded.
The thing is, as a Scottish guy that I was watching the other day, conspiracy, do you know that was made up by the CIA? It's a word to contain and make and ridicule people that are kind of hinting towards a truth, because conspiracies happen every second of the day. Two or more people conspiring to do something nasty or illegal. It's no conspiracy. The conspiracies happen. The
thing is, there are some crazy conspiracies out there, but some of them actually do make perfect sense, and later on they'd get proven to be true.
Well, like you said,
well, I won't say most of them, but most of the good ones have some truth in them.
I'm talking about the more grounded ones that are based on reality. Do you know what I mean? Things where you can look up historical records and say the Illuminati did exist. It was formed by...
Well, don't be surprised if you have your door busted down tonight and some UK CIA unit that's involved with FBI putting handcuffs on you for speaking your mind and tugging this out.
Yeah, I'd be proud of it. What are they going to do?
You can bet we're all under watch now. They're definitely watching us.
I don't care. I would actually...
Yeah, we're at that age now where we don't give a shit what they do to us. To
be honest, I think they should... Their target is the dumb ones, not us. We're the problem. We are the ones that are wide fucking awake, whereas the other ones are the dumb fucks. They're the target. It's not us, because they know we don't care. There's not
so how many swears is that now, Shogun? It must be up to 4 or 5 now.
Yep.
Anyway, I'm going to say goodnight now and wrap up, but yeah. If they don't monetize this live stream too bad, as far as I'm concerned. It's been fun talking out stuff. But we're more about doing positive things, and change, positive change where everybody can benefit. We're not actually talking about taking over a country and ruling a dictatorship as what they believe is going to happen. We want it to be fair, and at the moment the systems are not fair, and it's going more and more one-sided all the time. And the world is getting more complex to live in, with potentials of wars and all that. That's going to cause millions of deaths, and at the end of it, there'll be no different. What change have wars brought on, apart from loss of life? It doesn't benefit anything. They might get a wee bit of extra land in the process. Didn't do Hitler any good. Didn't do Stalin any good. Didn't do all the dictators. North Korea hasn't done much good. And I think Trump did really good there with North Korea and all that. He was trying to open up his mind, the kid. He was trying to influence him, saying, well, you should open this up and have tourists coming in. You'd have lots of money flowing in and all that. He was talking to, Kim about all that. See, Trump wasn't talking about, oh, let's fight each other and kill each other. He was talking about living together and opening up the borders and letting people in and out and making money from it all, and then living a wee bit better. Basically being stuck, say, on an island all your life and not been able to get on a plane and fly out the country even for a week or so, kind of strange living in countries like that. Oh, big rainstorm here by the sounds of it. I thought it was a shower, but no, it's the outside shower. Anyway, Mike, I'm going to drop you off here.
Cool, I'll catch you later, man. Thanks for that, that was good.
Okay, unless we got some pop-ups here. So I'm just going to end now and see you again next weekend. Open lines are like this though, they can go in any direction. We start off, that's why I don't normally do the open lines to maybe an hour or so into it, so I at least get something done. But yeah, more on aliens next weekend, and I'll say good night and take care everybody, and stick to the middle, not left or right, and be positive. Tomatoes. Yeah, I gotta figure out how to close all this down now. I think Rumble's gone already though, but I might be wrong. It still says live here on another screen, so maybe it was working. So I'll just end that one now. And I'll end Pilt. And I'll end YouTube now.